all for joining us today on the pan-European event to mark the International Holocaust Memorial Day. To remember, to honor, to declare loudly and clear, not on my watch. Thousands of people are watching us now on our live streaming posted on the European Jewish Association Facebook page and on the website of Jerusalem Post, Channel 7, and many other channels around the globe. And we thank you all for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, the entire world is united and work together to fight the COVID-19 virus that took the life of 2.2 million people around the globe. Every person that died is a tragedy. And yet, even this huge tragedy does not reach the sheer scale of the biggest tragedies that happened in Europe 80 years ago, the Holocaust. These 6 candles represent 6 million Jews. Jews that their life was stolen from them, cast into the fire, turned to dust. But how quickly we forget. How quickly does International Holocaust Memorial Day become just another day? My friends, the evil that existed then still exists today. All it needs is to land in the right hands and to find the right voice. And indeed, here in Europe, we see antisemitism on a dramatic rise. We see laws that ban Jewish customs being prepared or put into place. There are more Jews in Europe. They believe that they will not be living on this continent in 10 years from now than those who still believe that they will be here. So again, good men and women are prepared to stand back and do nothing. Not on my watch must not become just a slogan or a declaration. It must always be a real commitment to act. The world were amazed to see how quickly vaccines could be developed if decision makers are ready to take the right steps. There are people who think that there is no vaccine against anti-Semitism and that we have no choice but just living like that. But this is not the truth. There is a vaccine against anti-Semitism. And by the way, it also comes with 2 shots. The first shot is through education. And the second one is showing zero tolerance towards any expression of anti-Semitism wherever it appears. In the name of the European Jewish Association, in the name of my colleagues, leaders of Jewish communities and organizations from across Europe, I would like to thank each one of you for your personal commitment. I thank you in advance for the measures you will be taking in order to increase education in your own countries about anti-Semitism. I thank you in advance for the measures you will be taking in your own countries to ensure zero tolerance towards any expression of anti-Semitism and to ensure that freedom of life can be continued, freedom of religion can be continued. I thank you very much. God bless you all. And it is now my honor and privilege to present our next speaker, the message of the President of the European Council, His Excellency Charles Michel.
One year ago today, I lit a candle in Auschwitz to remember the victims of the darkest chapter in European history. This tragedy, the systematic and industrial elimination of 6 million children, women and men, is unique in the history of humankind. Remembering the Holocaust is a moral and a historical duty, not only to pay tribute to the victims, but also to renew our allegiance to our deepest human values, negated by the perpetrators of this unspeakable crime while others remained silent. Silence is the first step towards acceptance. Since 1945, those who survived the number cut into their skin did not remain silent. They testified. They spread the light of remembrance and hope to future generations. Soon, there will be no more survivors to testify. This solemn duty will therefore pass to us, the next generations. We, Europeans, have a special responsibility to fulfill this duty, because it was on European soil that the Holocaust was orchestrated, and on European soil that the hate of the Jews was nurtured. This hatred, tragically, continues too often today. Antisemitism rears its ugly head in Europe. It has in many ways become disturbingly normalized. This is intolerable. From the darkness of World War II, Europe's founders built a society based on tolerance, human rights, freedom of religion or belief. Anti-Semitism has no place in our societies. We will never tolerate the Jews' fears for their safety in the European Union. Europe without Jews would not be Europe. Combating anti-Semitism with full force is our common duty. Anti-Semitic speech is hate speech, and we will punish it. We'll make sure that life for European Jews in Europe remains as natural and normal as the life of any other European, no matter their original belief. Today, I take this oath and light a candle in Brussels in the name of the European Union, and I hope many others across our continent will light a candle, just as candles are lit in Auschwitz. We must light this candle every day, respecting this oath and defending the values at the foundation of humanity.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is my honor to introduce the message of the Prime Minister of Belgium, His Excellency Alexander De Croo.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today we commemorate the nearly 6 million Jewish men, women and children who were killed in Europe, victims of the Nazi regime, victims of an unprecedented genocide. In Belgium, our thoughts are in particular with the 25,274 Jewish people and the 354 Roma people. They were gathered at the Dossin barracks in Mechelen and deported to Auschwitz-Birkenau. We also honor the victims who are still with us today and for whose testimonies we are grateful, so that the younger generations are fully aware of the darkest pages in our history. That is why we continue to support the research and the education regarding the Shoah, to remind ourselves that the most important value in our society is respect for human life and human dignity. This is also why Belgium is honored to assume the presidency of the International Committee of the Arolsen Archives. These archives will give the general public access to the stories of the victims of the Shoah, so that their memory is passed down through generations. To the survivors and the families of the victims, we promise to continue the fight against all forms of negationism and against the minimalization of the Shoah. We will do so with all political and legal means at our disposal. The genocide committed by the Nazi regime and its collaborators was the culmination of a process that began decades ago, a process that has roots stretching back for centuries. We know how this process works. It begins with words that gradually transform into actions, words of anti-Semitism, of hatred that ultimately led to all but destruction of Jewish culture in Europe. 76 years after the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, we still witness surges of anti-Semitism. In some cases, even a return of the old and toxic conspiracy theories. That is why Belgium wants a European strategy, a European strengthening of the fight against anti-Semitism. Making this fight successful requires sustained effort from our side. so that the promise of never again can finally be fulfilled. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. It's my absolute privilege to introduce our next speaker, Vice President of the European Commission, His Excellency Margaritis Skinas. His Excellency, the floor is yours. In the meantime, I would like to thank all the people who are joining us right now on our Facebook page and on the Jerusalem Post and the Channel 7. Thank you for joining.
Dear friends, thank you. Dear friends, on this day, 76 years ago, Allied soldiers were passing through the gates of Auschwitz-Birkenau, putting an end to the darkest history, to the darkest chapter in the history of humanity, and cleaning a stain in Europe's collective history. Today and every day, we pay tribute to the 6 million Jews and the many others victims of the Shoah. As citizens of the European Union, a union that was born out of the ashes of the Holocaust and the Second World War, we have a collective duty to remember, not only to honor the past, also to safeguard our future. As fewer and fewer survivors are able to share with us their first-hand experiences and accounts, we must now collectively ensure, as Europeans, that their stories live on. And the pandemic has made us painfully aware of the urgency of that task. One of Belgium's last Holocaust survivors, Henry Krischka, left us this year. He spent years giving lectures in schools, ensuring that the next generation will not forget. It is now up to us to continue his legacy. New challenges arise. The pandemic has strongly affected Jewish communities economically, especially the smallest ones, as they mainly depend on donations from the faithful who could not attend religious services. We have also seen anti-Semitic, xenophobic, and hateful conspiracy theories about the spread of the virus that proliferate rapidly online. And this comes on top of a highly worrying rise in Holocaust denial and distortion, making false comparisons or accusing the Jews or Israel for profiling the Holocaust. These myths are widespread and distributed by a range of people across society. And in the face of rising anti-Semitism, no one of us can afford to remain a bystander. We must speak up and act. A few months ago, together with the German presidency of the Council, we put the fight against anti-Semitism high at the political agenda of the European Union, and our member states have unanimously adopted the first ever declaration on mainstreaming the fight against anti-Semitism across policy areas. We also, a few days ago, issued a new handbook for the practical use of the working definition of anti-Semitism to help member states and practitioners recognize and address anti-Semitism in its contemporary forms. And we will continue to strive for increased efforts to teach the lessons of the Holocaust to younger generations. With this in mind, we have tripled our budget for Holocaust remembrance, education, and research as of this year. And finally, 2 days ago, we launched together with the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, UNESCO, the United Nations, a digital campaign, Protect the Facts, to raise awareness around the dangers of Holocaust distortion, denial, and trivialization. Dear friends, this year, 2021, the European Commission will present its first ever comprehensive European strategy on combating anti-Semitism and fostering Jewish life in Europe. 76 years after the Shoah, the symbolic, political, and substantive significance of this initiative cannot be overstated. Our message is clear. Anti-Semitism, racism, and hatred have no place in the European Union. We will do whatever it takes to ensure that they will never find their way into poisoning our European way of life. This is our common fight, and it is a fight that Europe is determined to win.
Thank you very much, Vice President Skinas, for your words and your commitment. It is my absolute privilege to introduce the first Vice President of the European Parliament, Her Excellency Roberta Metsola. First Vice President, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Margolin. Dear friends, earlier this week I visited the Great Synagogue of Europe and met with the chief rabbi there. One of the things that struck me was that the entrance to the synagogue was barricaded with security apparatus. That almost made you forget that you were in the capital of the European Union in 2021. But it drove home the message that anti-Semitism is still rife in our societies, that genuine fears still exist, that despite decades of effort, we still have not done enough to end the scapegoating, to end the discrimination. We still have not yet done enough to make every citizen in Europe feel safe and unafraid to be themselves and worship as they like. That is our collective failure and our collective challenge. I will never forget the words spoken by Marian Turski last year, 75 years after he, weighing all of 32 kilos, walked out of Auschwitz. He called for an end to indifference. Auschwitz did not fall from the sky, he said. It happened slowly because too many people turned a blind eye to injustice. Too many people found comfort in scapegoats, and too many people accepted prejudiced laws. Holocaust survivor Primo Levi said, monsters exist, but they are too few in number to be truly dangerous. More dangerous are the common men, the functionaries ready to believe and to act without asking questions. And that is why we fight anti-Semitism, racism, and any hatred everywhere today. Hatred is not a view. Denying the Holocaust is not an opinion. And even today, the mechanisms of human rights violations are alive, and we know only too well the possible ultimate consequences. And this is why the Holocaust remains forever a warning. But just as there are monsters and those who enabled them. I don't only want to refer to this crime or to the criminals. I also want to commemorate those who said no, those who risked their lives, those who gave their lives, the many nameless heroes who refused to be part of it and sheltered and saved so many. And when we look to the past, we can also see examples for the present, examples we should bear in mind when in our political and personal lives we make difficult decisions and witness the first steps of the dehumanization process. To be anti-Semitic is to be anti-European. There is no majority in Europe. We are as strong as we are because we are all different, yet all equal. A snappy slogan that encapsulates what it means to be European, that we can have different cultures, different languages, different beliefs and backgrounds and different religions, but we are all united in our shared belief of freedom and equality. Today, we still witness attacks on Jews and synagogues in Europe. We still see scapegoating, and we are still seeing states move slowly away from the values this union was founded upon. And we see our fundamental rights under threat in too many places. And we cannot be silent when Europeans live with a packed suitcase at their door, just in case. We cannot be silent in the face of injustice anywhere. Our European history has too often been built on the backs of the broken. When we say never again, we must mean it, and that means taking action. All the remaining survivors of the Holocaust are over 75. Many are in their 90s. Our duty is to learn and to teach the lessons of history, even when the voices of the survivors can be heard no more. We must never forget, we never will.
Thank you very much, First Vice President Roberta Metsola, for your words. And it is my privilege to introduce our next speaker. Before I do so, I would like to send, I'm sure on behalf of all of us, our wishes for speedy recovery for the Holocaust survivor and the chairman of Yad Vashem, Chief Rabbi of Israel, Rabbi Israel Meir Lau, who's supposed to be with us today. However, he was impacted with the COVID-19 a few days ago, and therefore we are sending him from here, from all of us, our wishes for a good health for him and his family. And it's now my privilege to introduce you our next speaker, the Israeli Minister of Diaspora Affairs, Excellency Omer Yankelevich.
Thank you very much. Toda rabba, Rav Margolin, Jewish community leaders, distinguished guests. It is an honor to be with you today. This past year, COVID-19 overtook our world, changing lives globally. In addition, we're bringing about unimaginable challenges. The pandemic intensified a more ancient plague, antisemitism. Throughout history, the Jewish people have served as the scapegoat for the illnesses of the world. As such, it is no surprise that anti-Semitic sentiments spread as the pandemic raged. This week, the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs released its annual anti-Semitism report. This past year, we witnessed an alarming rise in conspiracy theories and false accusations with the spread of the pandemic, from claims that Jews spread COVID to the idea that Jews created the virus for financial gain. While this phenomenon is not new, these lies spread on social media are dangerous and highly concerning. Today, International Holocaust Memorial Day is a living reminder to humanity of the dangers of anti-Semitism. The same hate that propelled the final solution 80 years ago continues to soar on and offline today. As an outcome of the COVID regulation, Jews and everyone else spent little time in public spaces. Instead, anti-Semitism intensified on the online space. Therefore, we are called upon to respond with our own online strategy. Alongside our monitoring center, which provides comprehensive top-down reports on current anti-Semitic activity on social media, the ministry is working with major social media networks, including Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Amazon, to ensure accountability, just as countries are responsible for the anti-Semitic activity within their borders. Tech giants are responsible for stamping out anti-Semitism from their platforms. Another concerning development this year was the continued undermining of basic Jewish religious freedom in Europe. The recent ruling by the European Court of Justice permitting countries to ban kosher slaughter is an example of this trend. It must be made clear. Anybody claiming to stand against anti-Semitism must also safeguard the freedom of religion of Jews. Both the physical and religious life of Jewish communities must be protected to ensure the future of world Jewry. With that said, we are also witnessing increased efforts by countries and organizations to combat anti-Semitism. There has been a positive development of countries adopting the IHRA definition and appointing special envoys to tackle this issue. Combating anti-Semitism is an international challenge and responsibility. Therefore, it requires a united global effort. This year, we witnessed historic and new collaborations. The Abraham Accords inspires us to expand this coalition to include Arab and Muslim countries. To conclude, the pasuk Sur merav aseh tov, refrain from evil and do good, is our guide in our ongoing effort to combat anti-Semitism. On the one hand, we must remain committed to targeting anti-Semitism, both on and offline. And on the other hand, we must invest in education and tolerance worldwide. What is certain is that when and where anti-Semitism picks up its ugly head, the state of Israel will not be silent. We hope that together we will continue our united and dedicated effort to eliminate the virus of anti-Semitism from our world. Thank you very much. Toda rabba.
Thank you very much, Excellency Minister Yankelevich, for your words. In the meantime, I just would like to update you that with the information we received, there are currently over 25,000 people watching our live streaming in the different channels. We thank you, all of you, for joining us today. It is my absolute privilege to introduce our next speaker, our keynote speaker, Mr. Yitzhak Herzog, Chairman of the Jewish Agency. Mr. Herzog, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rabbi Margolin. You are the European Jewish Association Chair, and I thank you for your role. Diaspora Affairs Minister, my good friend Omer Yankelevich, European Commissioner, Vice President, His Excellency Margaritis Shinas, European Parliament Vice President Roberta Metsola, leaders of Jewish communities and organizations, dear friends. Yes, if you can be muted out there, please. 76 years ago, my late father, Chaim Herzog, serving as an officer in the British Army, took part in the liberation of the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp in April 1945, only 3 months after the Red Army liberated Auschwitz-Birkenau in January that year today. He told me that he never forgot what he saw there. The piles of bodies and skeletons, the survivors ravaged by disease and starvation. When he returned to Bergen-Belsen and Auschwitz decades later as the president of the State of Israel, he laid stones from the hills of Jerusalem in both camps. And he placed the stones where he quoted in the stones from Psalm 38, Tehillim, V'mach'ovi negdi tamid, and my pain is ever with me. Yes, the pain will stay with us Jews forever. It must stay with us forever. And it must stay with all humanity forever. Unfortunately, as the years go by, it seems that in some parts of the world, the pain and horror are fading. We are seeing an extremely worrying rise in anti-Semitism, not only online, as was well said by the minister, but also in the streets and in the political arena. A research which the Jewish Agency, which I head, recently carried out together with the Israeli Institute for National Security Studies, INSS, shows clearly that in a number of key European countries, extremist parties from all sides of the spectrum are polluting the political and public discourse with anti-Semitic tropes and rhetoric, while traditional centrist parties are growing weaker. Sadly, we found that 76 years after the Holocaust, there are a growing number of politicians in Europe who intentionally use anti-Semitic language and ideas for political gain. And together, with the rise in anti-Semitism, we are seeing increasingly blatant attempts to distort and deny the history of the Holocaust. Dear friends, in light of these dangers and risks, we must work together. The government of Israel, Jewish organizations, NGOs, and of course the Jewish Agency, to ensure that the promise of never again remains not just a promise, but becomes a plan of action. We must ensure that the next generation who will not have the privilege to meet survivors hears their testimonies and honors their legacies. We must encourage all countries to integrate accurate Holocaust education into their national curriculum. And we must show zero tolerance for anti-Semitic incitement, rhetoric, and libels wherever they appear. Every free country and every person who values human rights has a duty to help preserve the lessons of the Holocaust. However, European governments have a foremost special responsibility, not only to preserve the memory of the past, but to ensure that today's European Jewish communities can live safely, full and open Jewish lives, and practice their traditions freely. Unfortunately, legislation and initiatives in Europe against kosher slaughter and similar efforts, such as attempts to ban circumcisions, Brit Milah, not only make it more difficult for Jews to practice their religion, but they also send a clear signal to European Jews that their rights are not respected and that ultimately their way of life is not welcome in today's Europe. That is why I recently turned to the leaders of Europe to alert them to the growing sense of discomfort and rejection among a number of Jewish communities who feel that Jewish traditions and observance are being increasingly challenged by part of European publics and legislators. I ask these leaders to reject all such legislation, which would be tantamount to outlawing Judaism as a whole, and to oppose any attempts to restrict the religious freedoms of European Jewish communities. My friends, 76 years ago, when my father arrived in Bergen-Belsen, he walked among the survivors and said to them in Yiddish, "I'm a Jew, I'm from Eretz Israel, I came to save you." 3 years later, David Ben-Gurion, as chairman of the Jewish Agency in this building where I sit at, proclaimed the independence of the State of Israel and declared that the state would be open to all in gatherings of the exiles. Today, as chair of the Jewish Agency, I promise you, and all of our Jewish brothers and sisters, that we will never be silent, that we will always speak out and act to preserve the memory and lessons of the Holocaust and to ensure the security, identity, and religious freedom of Jewish communities everywhere. We will continue to feel the pain of the past and to use that pain to strengthen our determination to build a vibrant and secure Jewish future in Israel, in Europe, and around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Herzog, for those important words. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alex Benjamin. I'm the Director of Public Affairs here at the European Jewish Association. And I would just very much like to echo the words of our Chairman, Rabbi Margolin, and welcome all our viewers and listeners around the world. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency, Madame Audrey Azoulay, the Director General of UNESCO.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Fighting oblivion. This is UNESCO's aim and mission in supporting Holocaust research, commemoration, and education. This mission is all the more essential today, and with the involvement of our partners, we have stepped up our actions to address teachers and pupils, first of all. Thanks to the financial support of Canada, we will soon be holding a new edition of the International Conference on Education and the Holocaust, training educators across the globe in cooperation with the Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C. This year, we've also incorporated new content for teachers, trainers, and school directors on addressing anti-Semitism in schools as a result of our partnership with the OSCE Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights and University College London, whom I thank. All of our resources on preventing anti-Semitism will soon be accessible on a website developed by the UNESCO chair at the University of Southern California's Shoah Foundation. But we're also addressing governments to fight all attempts to deny or distort facts, falsify the past, or excuse the inexcusable. With the European Commission, we have launched a campaign to debunk online hate speech and conspiracy theories, particularly anti-Semitic statements. Now, building on this initiative, we are developing a guide for educators to help young people critically assess online content. In partnership with the United Nations, the University of Oxford, and the World Jewish Congress, we have launched a global study to map the sources and channels of Holocaust distortion and denial on social media and help educators respond to it more effectively.
Thank you for that. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we're delighted to share a message with you from Her Excellency
Liebe Freundinnen und Freunde, wir gedenken heute der Opfer des Nationalsozialismus. Vor allem gedenken wir der entrechteten, gequälten und systematisch ermordeten europäischen Juden. Sie und ihr Leid dürfen und werden wir nie vergessen. Und die Erinnerung daran ist uns immer eine Mahnung. Sie mahnt uns Deutsche, jeden Tag an unserer demokratischen Gesellschaft zu arbeiten, einer Gesellschaft, die jeden Menschen respektiert und schützt. Wir alle tragen Verantwortung dafür, dass sich Jüdinnen und Juden in Deutschland akzeptiert und auch willkommen fühlen. Es ist ein großes Glück, dass jüdisches Leben heute wieder unser Land bereichert. Und das daraus sprechende Vertrauen ist uns Ehre und Verpflichtung. Und umso schmerzlicher ist es zu sehen, dass Antisemitismus in jüngster Zeit wieder deutlicher sichtbar wird in Deutschland. Das beschämt mich zutiefst. Antisemitismus bedroht nicht nur die jüdische Gemeinschaft in unserem Land. Er betrifft uns alle. Er ist ein Angriff auf Menschen, auf das Menschsein an sich. Ein Angriff auf unser friedliches Zusammenleben. Er ist Gift für unsere Gesellschaft und das werden wir auf keinen Fall hinnehmen. Wir lassen es auch nicht zu, dass der Holocaust verharmlost wird, etwa dann, wenn sich Corona-Leugner als Opfer darstellen. Extremismus, Hass und Hetze stellen wir uns entschieden entgegen. Und dabei sind wir alle gefordert, die staatlichen Institutionen genauso wie jeder Einzelne. Entscheidende Schlüssel in diesem Kampf sind Erziehung, Bildung und auch Wissensvermittlung. Mein Ministerium fördert genau aus diesem Grund die politische Bildung, denn sie vermittelt Werte unserer Demokratie. Sie hilft, antisemitischen Denkmustern vorzubeugen, im Elternhaus, in der Schule und an allen Stellen unserer Bildungslandschaft. Und darum habe ich mich auch dafür ausgesprochen, dass alle Schülerinnen und Schüler mindestens einmal eine Gedenkstätte für die Opfer des Nationalsozialismus besuchen sollten. Neben Bewusstseinsbildung ist aber auch die Ursachenforschung wesentlich. Auch an dieser Stelle fördert mein Ministerium die Antisemitismusforschung ganz intensiv. Wir müssen den Wurzeln des Antisemitismus begegnen. Woher kommt er? Wie wirkt er genau? Wie wirken zum Beispiel auch antisemitische Bilder im Netz? Wie genau entstehen antisemitische Denkmuster, die es bis in die Mitte unserer Gesellschaft hineingibt? Wir vernetzen die Forschung in verschiedenen Disziplinen und wir vernetzen Standorte. Denn Antisemitismusforschung ist ein Querschnittsthema. Es ist Grundlage einer wirksamen Prävention. Und sie gibt dann der Politik konkrete Handlungsempfehlungen, wie wir den Antisemitismus noch gezielter bekämpfen können. Und am Ende werden wir auch nur so unserer historischen Verantwortung gerecht. Das allgemeine Bewusstsein für Antisemitismus in der Gesellschaft ist in den vergangenen Jahren gewachsen. Und diesen Weg werden wir entschieden weitergehen. Wir sind es den Opfern der Shoah schuldig.
Thank you so much, Madam Karliczek. It's my great honor now to invite to speak with us Mr. Sylvain Wasserman, MP, the Vice Chairman of the National Assembly in France. Monsieur Wasserman, the floor, sir, is yours, and thank you for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you very much, dear friends. It's a great honor for me to be here with you today. I'd like to share with you two ideas. The first one, as Vice President of the French Parliament, is the fact that our democracies have to adapt their legal lawmaking process in order to be able to cope faster with the issues raised by the new forms of anti-Semitism, and in particular, of course, the hate speech on the internet. And that's a relentless efforts we have to make to achieve this. And I wanted to underline this to start with. And second point is the importance that we have and the responsibility that we have as politicians, as citizens, to make sure that our past, and in particular Shoah, takes the right place, the proper place in the present, in our present, to make sure that the young people can build their future. And I had the opportunity to discuss that with President Emmanuel Macron when he came in my village of Quatzenheim in Alsace after the profanation of the Jewish cemetery. And I realized how much it's important that all of us take this responsibility. And the second opportunity that I had to realize this importance of memory was when I went to Auschwitz with a group of young students. And there was one teenager at the end of the day who told me, you know, sir, this day changed my life. And that underlined very clearly the importance of making the memory, our past, still alive for the new generations. Thank you very much, dear friends, and congratulations for the actions of your association.
Thank you, Monsieur Wasserman. It was lovely to hear your words. We'll move on, and we are delighted, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Her Excellency, the Federal Minister for Austria. I beg your pardon.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we commemorate the International Holocaust Remembrance Day, one of the darkest chapters of our history. Today we also commemorate the liberation of the concentration camp Auschwitz, where more than 1 million people were murdered in a most terrible way, most of them Jews. Almost 76 years after the liberation of Europe from Nazi dictatorship, we are still faced with rising anti-Semitism, not only in Austria and Europe, but also across the globe. And as time passes by, the world loses more and more of its witnesses. Witnesses who can recall these darkest days of Europe and the world all over. This is why we have to document their faces, tell their stories, and spread their powerful messages to younger generations. It is essential to raise awareness and to remind that the Shoah is not something from the past. It is still with us. Austria has a particular historical responsibility for protecting Jewish communities and commemorating what was lost in the Shoah. This is why today we stand at the forefront in combating anti-Semitism in all its forms and to protect Jewish life and culture. I'm very happy that Austria is among the first member states within the European Union with a concise and holistic national strategy. I had the honor to present this strategy only a few days ago. If we want Jewish life to remain part of our society, we have to provide prospects and combat all forms of antisemitism. We have to make sure that never forget becomes never again.
Thank you, Minister. It is now, my name is Ruth Daskalopoulou Isaac. I'm from Greece and I'm the EU relations at the EJA. It is now my privilege to present Minister Konstantinos Tsiaras. He is the Minister of Justice of Greece. Minister, welcome, and we're happy to hear you. My colleagues will connect in a minute. Thank you, everyone, for being with us. We apologize for the delay. Minister, if you are there, can you speak? I think we've already unmuted you. Okay, Minister Konstantinos Tsiaras, if you have already, I think my colleagues have already unmuted you. If it's okay, if you can speak. While we're waiting, maybe we can ask Lord Pickles from the UK, Special Envoy for Post-Holocaust Issues and the UK IHRA Chair. Lord Pickles, if you're available.
Yes, I'm available. Your Excellencies, very good to be here. Listening to survivors has brought home to me that in the 76 years since the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, there's still a lot of unfinished business. And I want to talk a little bit about a small aspect of that unfinished business today. Across Europe, we remember that those individuals who saved Jews are often at great risk for themselves should be remembered, the righteous among the nations. Whilst it's important, of course, we remember them, we should not forget that in many countries occupied by the Nazis, ordinary citizens collaborated in the murder of 6 million Jewish men, women, and children. To forget this is to rewrite history. To rewrite history is to commit a grievous sin. 76 years have passed, and yet property seized from Jewish families by the Nazis and their collaborators has never been returned. 76 years have passed, and paintings seized from the homes of Jewish families often languish unseen in stores and private homes, have yet to be returned. 76 years have passed, and yet we still see the symbols of Nazism being auctioned and collected. The market for Nazi memorabilia is large and apparently growing, although thankfully the major auction houses like Sotheby's and Christie's have refused to sell such items. That said, there are a number of small auction houses that do it, and I would urge those selling and collecting these items to understand the impact that it has on the families who lost their loved ones during the Holocaust. 76 years have passed, and the sale of Nazi memorabilia remains as unacceptable and as unpleasant as it was just after the Second World War. Its misuse of symbols is a stain on the memory of the 6 million Jewish men, women, and children murdered by the Nazis and their collaborators during the Shoah.
Lord Pickles, thank you for this excellent speech and thank you for being with us today. We apologize earlier we had a problem, but now Minister Konstantinos Tsiaras, Minister of Justice of Greece, is with us, and we're honored to have you.
Good afternoon. I hope that now you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, up until World War II, Greece had a thriving and prosperous Jewish community, contributing largely to the formation of contemporary Greek history. During the Nazi invasion and occupation of Greece, large portions of the Jewish population were transferred to extermination camps, almost putting a horrifying end to centuries of Jewish history in Greece and changing inevitably public life. From a total of approximately 78,000 Greek Jews that lived in Greece at the beginning of World War II, only around 10,000 survived. 86% of the Greek Jewish population was killed in Nazi concentration camps. Unfortunately, proportionally speaking, Greece is among the West countries that have suffered greatly from the murder of its Jewish populations in concentration camps. In memoriam of the victims, Holocaust memorials have been erected in all major cities, while museums and synagogues have also a long-standing presence in urban centers in Athens, Salonika, Kavala, Chania, and Rhodes, to underline the interaction of awareness rising in the field of human rights with monuments and memory sites. However, Greece did not avoid the anti-Semitic wave that swept across Europe. During the Greek economic crisis, the rediffusion of stereotypes and anti-Semitic hate speech became commonplace, creating a living space for the presence of far-right anti-Semitic political parties such as the Golden Dawn in the political sphere. The rise of anti-Semitism is an example of how populism leads to the denial of democracy and the most fundamental rights. The collapse of Golden Dawn in the last elections reminds, however, that the principles of democracy and the rule of law are even stronger. The 27th of January is Holocaust Remembrance Day, commemorating the extermination of 6 million Jews by the Nazis. This day is not just a date that we celebrate once a year. It marks our living memory and our profound determination never to let such a crime take place again. Particularly, Hellenism that has survived during its long-lasting history through the genocide in Pontus is determined to defend the historic truth and reject its refusers, to defend human existence and the human rights, to defend democracy and the rule of law, and to reject anti-Semitism, to reject any kind of discriminations and intolerance. Distinguished all, Greece is not only a member of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, but this year it also holds the presidency of ERA. Our presidency, as defined by the relevant ministers, will focus on education and the role of mass media in the process of fighting anti-Semitism and defending the memory of the Holocaust. In this context, our government is determined not only to maintain, but also to further exchange the excellent bilateral relations in all areas with the State of Israel. Both countries closely cooperate and contribute to peace and the stability of Southeast Mediterranean. Today's event constitutes another step forward, not only for remembering and commemorating the victims of fascism, but also for passing on the next generations the principles of democracy, rule of law, and peaceful coexistence. For that all, I would like to congratulate the organizers and wish you the best. Thank you for your attention.
Dear Minister, thank you so much. It was an honor. And now we have the honor of inviting His Excellency Udo Michalik, Secretary General of the Standing Conference of the Ministers of Education and Culture Affairs of the Länder.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today we are gathering together to remember millions of women, men, children. They were systematically murdered. We remember 76 years of the liberation of the concentration camp of Auschwitz-Birkenau. It is more than worth to remember every single woman, man, and child. They lost their lives, their dreams, with no reason, with no meaning, just because they were Jews. In 2014, it was the 69th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau. I had the privilege to join the gathering of the Polish Sejm and the Knesset in Auschwitz and Krakow. Personally, it was the most impressive event I ever joined in my life and left me behind ashamed, full of sorrow, and a strong commitment to dedicate all my professional and personal efforts, keeping the memories alive for coming generations, but also to do all I can to strengthen all possible ties between the nations, between our people, young and old. Martin Luther King said in 1963 in his famous speech, "I have a dream that my 4 little children will be one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." Taking this sentence and using this one in our today's context, I would like to say, I have a dream that a kippah is nothing special to turn around if you meet a Jew on the street, but you know what it is about. I have a dream being invited to celebrate, for example, Hanukkah and enjoying the richness of religions and cultures. And yes, also to enjoy the prayers, being a part of community which celebrates life, solidarity, tolerance, and forgiveness. This year, we celebrate 1,700 years of Jewish communities in Germany. A rich history, part of our history in Germany. We should use this anniversary to learn more about Jewish families in our neighborhood, to remember and research about the history of Jewish neighbors in the past and today. The most important issue about fighting anti-Semitism and racism is today education, education, education. The overarching objective in one sentence, knowledge and recognition of the diversity and complexity of Jews and Jewish life are important steps towards its understanding and the dismantling of prejudice. And in the end, just to consider and accept that we all in the first place are human beings. Such teaching prevention work is important and necessary, but it's not enough. Consequent intervention is also required. There are more things I would like to say. Such an anniversary is not really to remember in 2 minutes. Let me close my remarks in grief and a strong commitment for the future with the words of the President of the Federal Republic of Germany, Frank-Walter Steinmeier. I quote, "We cannot accept Jews not daring to wear kippahs on our streets. It's our civic duty to combat anti-Semitism in all its forms. And it's an outstanding task of our state to protect our Jewish fellow citizens and to intervene where necessary, especially at demonstrations and public events. Anti-Semitism is always an attack on all of us, on our democracy and our open society. An active civil society must oppose this day after day. Only when Jews are completely at home in Germany is this republic completely with them." Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was an honor to have you. And now from Greece, we're going to have Minister Adonis Georgiadis. His Excellency is the Minister of Development of Greece. Minister, are you with us? I'm sorry for the delay.
Yes. First of all, Ruth, I feel great honor that I can address to you in such an important day. I believe that every human being should visit Auschwitz once in his life to see with their own eyes what has really happened there, kill any conspiracy theories that unfortunately still exist in our societies, and understand that the Holocaust is the #1 crime, is the unprecedented moment of human history. It's the biggest horror that humanity has ever lived. And this must never happen again. And that we have to fight anti-Semitism as strong as we can in our societies. Now, under the pandemic crisis, we see many conspiracy theories that are going through internet and you can read them in various places. We have to fight all these conspiracy theories. We have to explain to our people why anti-Semitism can kill our democracy, can kill our freedom, can kill our human nature. So I wanted to be here with you today and unite my voice with all of you in such an important day and with the message, never again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. It's now our colleague David Kalfa who will be taking over.
Hello, everyone. I'm David Kalfa from Paris. It is now my honor to introduce Mr. Roger Carucci. He's the Vice Chairman of the French Senate.
Oui, c'est important de commémorer la libération des camps, la fin de l'Holocauste, pas seulement par souvenir, pas seulement pour que cela ne se reproduise pas, mais pour voir comment les choses ont évolué. Est-ce qu'en France, est-ce qu'en Europe, tout sentiment antisémite, nazi, a disparu? La réponse est non. Pendant des décennies, la culpabilité d'une partie de l'opinion par rapport à ce qui s'était passé a fait que nous n'avons pas eu, ou très peu, d'actes antisémites. Et depuis une dizaine d'années, cela, malheureusement, a recommencé. Avec probablement des origines différentes, des motivations différentes, mais toujours avec le même réflexe de haine, de mépris, d'incompréhension, d'injustice. Et tout ça provoque évidemment un sentiment de malaise profond en France, dans la communauté juive, mais dans la communauté nationale tout entière. Alors oui, il faut se souvenir, et merci à l'association de commémorer ces libérations de camps, pour ne plus jamais revoir ça. Il faut mettre un terme à tous ces relents d'antisémitisme, mêlés souvent à de l'antisionisme. Et tout ça doit disparaître par l'éducation, par une actualité des médias un peu plus objective probablement, et toujours en se souvenant que c'est la liberté, la tolérance, la démocratie qui doivent l'emporter. Dès que nous commençons à avoir des systèmes autoritaires, nous avons un début de vision extrêmement raciste et antisémite. Il faut mettre un terme à l'antisémitisme. Continuons de commémorer et de se souvenir de ceux qui ont payé de leur vie le fait simplement d'être nés juifs.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. For those who don't speak French, just want to summarize what the Vice Chairman of the Senate just said. It basically, indeed recall the memories of those who perished during the Holocaust. At the same time, he's calling for fighting anti-Semitism and its new form, anti-Zionism. We are now moving to the lighting of the memorial candle by His Excellency Mr. János Áder, President of Hungary, and prayer by Chief Rabbi Shlomo Koves of EMIH Hungary.
Dear friends, dear Rabbi Margolin, all the community who is remembering today on the International Day of the Holocaust Commemoration by the European Jewish Association based out of Brussels. We are delighted that we can join you in this commemoration from here, from Budapest, from one of the oldest synagogues in the Hungarian capital. We are especially delighted that the Hungarian President of Hungary, Mr. János Áder, has joined us as well, despite the pandemic and all the restrictions there are in our very unique times. Today we're going to commemorate the 6 million victims of the Holocaust, and we're going to commemorate especially the 1.1 million victims of the Auschwitz-Birkenau death camp. Every third victim from Auschwitz was Hungarian. Therefore, for us, the commemoration of this day has even a more special, unique meaning. In the Jewish customs, in the Jewish way of remembering, lighting a candle symbolizes the core essence of remembering something which we have lost. When we remember the Holocaust, we should always do it in a way that we don't only remember the darkness, we also put an emphasis in the light, which was lit in this darkness, although only by a few. But the question of light is not a question of quantity, it's a question of quality. Therefore, today when we light the candle, we remember our duty in remembering and commemorating the Holocaust more than 70 years after the liberation of Auschwitz death camp should not only be in remembering what we have lost, it should make us remember our duty in rebuilding Jewish life, rebuilding whatever has been lost, and trying to find those unique, universal values that unite us all together as a Jewish community, as a humanity at large. Therefore, this commemoration has even a more special meaning in this place, in the oldest synagogue in Budapest, a medieval synagogue which was used for over than 400 years ago, and today has returned back to the Jewish community and is used again for prayer and for community life. Please join us in lighting the candles from wherever you are, and let us all remember all the victims of the Holocaust and remember our duty in trying to revive the life and revive whatever has been lost 76 years ago. Tiszteltek, többieket is gyújtsuk meg az emlékezéseket.
We are now moving to Excellency, Madame Adina Ioana Valean. She's the European Commissioner of Transport.
Hello. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share with you some thoughts on such an important day. Indifference, it's not a beginning, it is an end. And therefore, indifference is always a friend to the enemy, for it benefits the aggressor, never the victim. These are the words of Elie Wiesel, Romanian-born writer, professor, political activist, one of the greatest champions for the human rights, who inspired and shaped through his writings and actions many generations in the 20th century. I'm evoking him today with humbleness, respect, and a lot of emotions. I'm a Romanian, as Elie Wiesel was, and I had the privilege several times to visit his memorial house in Sighetul Marmației. It is a quiet and regular place, built more than a century ago in a provincial town in Eastern Europe. It speaks to us about normal life, a time when almost 8,000 Jews lived together with Hungarians, Germans, and Romanians in a city of 21,000 inhabitants. More than a third. Nazism and the Holocaust seemed far away and inconceivable there, but it happened. At 15, Elie Wiesel was taken to a local ghetto and then to Auschwitz, where he survived with his A7713 inmate number tattooed forever on his left arm. And his story is full of meaning for all of us, Jewish and non-Jewish. For some, Holocaust doesn't appear to directly concern everyday normal life, but it tells us that everyday normal life can totally change all of a sudden, and this is what we don't have to forget. A lesson in humanity and resilience, a reminder that one part of humanity can suddenly turn against the other with dreadful consequences. I came back to Wiesel's words, indifference is an end. I am a politician, and our responsibility towards the citizens is to make a difference, as opposed to indifference. And to keep doing this, sometimes we need to have a guiding light, like Wiesel was for so many, and will always remain for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your very personal and inspiring words. I'm now moving to Her Excellency, Madame Elena Dalli. She's the European Commissioner for Equality.
On this day, marking the 76th anniversary of the liberation of the Nazi concentration camp Auschwitz-Birkenau, I pay tribute to the millions of European Jews, Roma, and other communities that were persecuted and victims of the Holocaust. The horrors of this despicable moment in Europe's history will live with us forever. What led to those atrocities were years of discrimination, hatred, scapegoating, and dehumanization. Anti-Semitism and hatred targeting minorities is still happening right now. We must all see the challenges that Jewish and minority communities still face, even more so in this pandemic crisis. The extra risks our Roma communities face due to exclusion and marginalization and poor living conditions, the spread of online hate speech and myths targeting Jewish communities and other minorities. We must rid our union of racism and discrimination and build a Europe that is equal, humane, and fair for everyone. Last year, the Commission adopted a new 10-year plan to support Roma equality, inclusion, and participation in the EU. We also presented an anti-racism action plan. These two plans will strengthen our current legal frameworks against discrimination and combating racism and xenophobia. I will focus this year on ensuring that national authorities fully implement these rules. I will also look at expanding the list of EU crimes to all forms of hate crime and hate speech, whether because of race, religion, gender, or sexuality. I will do my utmost to end racism and discrimination. I urge everyone to stay vigilant so that together we can eradicate the scourge from our societies. The atrocities of the Holocaust must remain etched in our hearts and minds.
Thank you. I'm now giving the floor to my colleague, Yossi Lemkowitz.
Thank you, David. My name is Yossi Lemkowitz from Brussels. It's now my privilege to introduce the next message from Her Excellency Madame Sophie Wilmès, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs from Belgium.
Today, we commemorate the memory of almost 6 million Jewish men, women, and children killed together with other victims of Nazi cruelty during World War II in an unprecedented genocide. Among these victims, more than 25,000 were gathered at the Dossin barracks in Mechelen to be deported to Auschwitz. They had lives, they had dreams, they had a hope for themselves and their children. They never did come back to us. Exactly 1 year ago, during the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, I had the opportunity to speak with some of the last survivors of the Shoah. No book, no film, no study can ever give a sufficient account of the horror that they had to endure. We owe them an apology because we were not able to protect them from these atrocities. We owe them our gratitude because their testimonies are an unforgettable signal to other generations. And we owe them to remain vigilant and strongly committed to fight against any form of hatred for others. At the international level, together with our communities, we actively participate in the work of the International Alliance for Holocaust Remembrance, and we cooperate with the European Holocaust Research Initiative. As from this summer, Belgium will assume the presidency of the International Committee of the Arolsen Archives, which collects and opens to the public millions of documents on the victims of Nazi crimes. Belgium has had legislation to condemn Holocaust denial for more than 25 years, yet we are witnessing an increasing in the distortion of the Holocaust, which is opening the way to its minimization and subsequent oblivion in a more insidious manner. Of course, we will fight it with the political and legal tools at our disposal. But above all, we will fight it with our hearts and our souls, since we know where this hatred can lead us. Belgium, together with its European partner, has committed to developing a global strategy to prevent and combat all forms of anti-Semitism. Genocide prevention starts by fighting racism, intolerance, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, and hate speech, all of which lead to the dehumanization of certain groups. We have to keep remembering and to keep working to ensure that words like never again are not an empty statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Madame Wilmès. Next message is from His Excellency Mr. Przemysław Czarnek, Minister of Education and Science in Poland.
Szanowni Państwo, wszyscy ludzie rodzą się wolni oraz równi w godności i wobec prawa, a każdy człowiek ma prawo do życia i bezpieczeństwa. Te fundamentalne wartości zawarte są w Powszechnej Deklaracji Praw Człowieka. Swoje źródło mają zaś w najdoskonalszym kodeksie moralnym, w dekalogu. Przykazanie 5: nie będziesz zabijał, zakaz stanowczy i absolutny, potwierdza prawo do życia każdej osoby ludzkiej. Tragedia II wojny światowej wzięła się z odrzucenia tych zasad, a bezpośrednio z odrzucenia Boga. Odrzuciwszy Boga, niemieccy naziści postawili na jego miejscu samych siebie, aby móc decydować o życiu i śmierci. Dziś wspominamy ludzi, którzy padli ofiarą tego zbrodniczego pomysłu. Około 6 milionów europejskich Żydów, w tym około 3 miliony Żydów, obywateli polskich. W moim kraju od wieków rozwijała się silna, tętniąca życiem społeczność żydowska, z całą jej kulturową i polityczną różnorodnością. Także historia miasta, z którym sam od młodych lat jestem związany, Lublina, naznaczona jest wielowiekową obecnością żydowskich mieszkańców. Z pewnością znają Państwo powieść noblisty Izaaka Zingera „Sztukmistrz z Lublina”. To kulturowe bogactwo wraz z czymś jeszcze cenniejszym, ludzkim życiem, zostało unicestwione przez niemieckich okupantów. Wobec ofiar Shoah mamy dwa najważniejsze obowiązki. To wiedza i pamięć. Wiedza oznacza świadomość faktów historycznych na temat niemieckiej machiny zagłady z całą jej nieludzką i okrutną precyzją. Szacunek dla pomordowanych domaga się bowiem prawdy. Drugi obowiązek pamięci, oznacza konkretne ustosunkowanie się do przeszłości. Kiedy upamiętniamy ofiary Shoah i oddajemy im hołd, dokonujemy w pewnym sensie ponownego aktu oporu wobec idei nazistowskiej, przywracając imiona tym, których istnienie miało zostać na zawsze zatarte. Jako minister edukacji dokładam starań, aby młode pokolenie Polaków rozumiało wagę tych obowiązków. W polskich szkołach tematyka Holokaustu realizowana jest na wszystkich etapach edukacji. Zakres oraz stopień trudności celów i treści nauczania wskazanych w podstawie programowej są dostosowane do wieku, wrażliwości i możliwości poznawczych uczniów danego etapu edukacyjnego. Nauczyciele mają zagwarantowane prawo do autonomicznego wyboru metod nauczania, w tym poznania bezpośredniego. To odwiedzanie miejsc pamięci, spotkania z żyjącymi bohaterami, świadkami i uczestnikami wydarzeń wojennych. Nauczyciele mają także możliwość korzystania z wiedzy eksperckiej instytucji krajowych i międzynarodowych oraz wsparcia organizacji pozarządowych. Szanowni Państwo, prawda o Shoah oraz pamięć o Auschwitz i innych miejscach zagłady musi trwać. Głoszenie tej prawdy młodym pokoleniom to jedyna droga do świadomego i pokojowego współistnienia społeczeństw i narodów, teraz i w przyszłości. Niech płomień tej świecy będzie wyrazem hołdu składanego wszystkim Żydom zamordowanym na ulicach miast, miasteczek, w gettach, miejscach kaźni i obozach zagłady.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Next message is from Her Excellency Madame Lucia Azzolina, Minister of Public Education in Italy.
Here, I look at this date on the calendar. Every year, I reflect on the immense suffering that overwhelms us, and I think of the duty we have had since January 27, 1945, to honor the memory of all those who have perished in the Holocaust, a duty to remember all the evil that was committed. The new generations must know what happened in our recent history, so that nothing like this could ever happen again. Of that enormous tragedy, Italy still bears deep scars and retains an indelible memory, the memory of the guilt of those who supported genocidal racism, memory of those who were persecuted with a ferocious deprivation of rights, and then of their life and the memory of the righteous and those who stood up against indifference, who paved the way for a democratic Italy of the Republican Constitution. These memories are the precious legacy that we must keep alive and pass on the younger generations to educate, raise awareness, and promote the culture of tolerance and respect. The first form of respect is knowledge, while indifference is complicity. Indifference holds the key to understanding the reason for the evil, because when you believe that something does not touch you, does not concern you, then there is no limit to horror. This was taught by Liliana Segre, an extraordinary woman who survived Auschwitz and who found a real enemy in the indifference, even when she was expelled from school in the general aloofness of her classmates and their teacher. Yet, she was able to transform the evil suffered into good, without revenge, without adding suffering to other suffering. This is the message of peace and reconciliation to which my country has always been committed to and has promoted as a guiding principle of civil coexistence among its citizens, a message that I believe it is right to explain and teach to our girls and our boys so that they can become the new custodians of it.
Thank you, Mrs. Azzolina. Now we will hear a message from Dr. Zoltán Marucsa, State Secretary for Public Education in Hungary.
Excellencies, ministers, chief rabbis, ladies and gentlemen. The conservative Hungarian government, elected in 2010, carried out a large-scale reform in public education. The reform was directed to the structure and to the learning materials of our public education system. As a result of the reforms, a new education management system was created and a standardized content regulation was introduced. We established a professional textbook supply system. Each student in every school can get textbooks free of charge, which fit to the new content regulations. It's important to mention that at that time, the Jewish Community Roundtable was involved into the process of creating the new curricula and new textbooks. There are certain topics and politically sensitive issues which can be tackled by a centralized education system. Holocaust and the history of coexistence with Jewish people are in many countries examples of politically sensitive issues. In many countries, schools can decide how they deal with that, but we don't think it would be proper to leave the decision to individual schools or even classes whether they teach or learn about the Holocaust or not. Without a compulsory core curriculum, institutions, classes might decide to exclude this topic from the history curriculum due to political or religious considerations or just comfort because it's a sensitive issue. The government of Hungary devotes a high priority to pushing antisemitism back. We declare zero tolerance against Holocaust denial. Using administrative measures is necessary during the fight against antisemitism. During the reform of educational contents, we paid special attention to make Jewish history and Hungarian Jewish coexistence appear in content regulations and in the textbooks based on them. As a separate topic, reference to the ancient Greek, Roman, and Jewish and Christian roots of European culture appeared in them, as well as Jewish origin of biblical stories and the relationship of Jewish and Christian sources. In teaching history and the related documents, the history of the Jews in the Carpathian Basin and the history of Hungarian Jewish coexistence are priority topics. The curriculum recommends visiting the Holocaust Memorial Center in Budapest to all secondary school students. Certainly, of course, there are debates about a centralized education system, but it's evident that this system ensures that these important topics couldn't become underrepresented. We can be sure that each student of every school learns about the Jewish people, the Jewish-Hungarian coexistence in a favorable context. This guarantees that antisemitism has no place in Hungarian schools. Thank you for your attention.
Next message is from His Excellency Dr. Jurgita Ziugzidinenie, Minister of Education, Science and Sport from Lithuania.
Dear ladies, gentlemen, organizers of the event, the annual International Holocaust Remembrance Day is a reminder of tragic events in the history of Europe. During the Second World War and the Nazi occupation of Lithuania, our country lost a significant part of its citizens and its community that used to live in our country since the time of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Thousands of Lithuanian Jews fell victims of the Holocaust. In Lithuania, alongside with the International Holocaust Remembrance Day, we also annually commemorate the National Holocaust Remembrance Day. The school curriculum adopted by the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport prescribes that teaching about the Holocaust in the context of the world and Lithuanian history is obligatory. In addition to the mandatory curricula, schools are encouraged to get actively engaged in various projects related to the subject of the Holocaust, such as writing essays, collecting information about the Holocaust in the neighborhood, taking care of Jewish memorial sites. We respect the victims and condemn the perpetrators of the Holocaust. Our admiration is also for all those who fought for the freedom and independence of Lithuania, especially for the partisans who resisted the occupation of USSR in the unequal struggle. We are also proud of the Lithuanian righteous among the nations who rescued the Jews from the destruction. Our only remembrance and reflections on the past will allow us to safeguard that such tragedies as the Holocaust will never happen again.
Hello, and I'm Oliver Bradley for the EJA in Berlin. Our next honored speaker is the Czech Republic's Minister for Education, Youth and Sports, Mr. Václav Velkovisky.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear Rabbi Margolin, it's my special honor to address you at this International Holocaust Remembrance Day Memorial Service event. By remembering victims of the Holocaust, collective memory is renewed because we all share a commitment to victims of the Holocaust and at the same time obligation to pay tribute to those brave ones who opposed it. Our generation, which nevertheless, almost 3 decades ago, experienced the horrors of the war and the return of the ethnic cleansing on the soil of Europe, has an additional responsibility in the clear condemnation of this madness in which the negation of humanity culminated. In Croatia, and in particular in the last 18 years, teaching and learning about the Holocaust has undergone significant changes. Teaching about the Holocaust is embedded into the new compulsory history curricula, but also to cross-curricular approach and teaching plans in other subjects as well. Along the way, the Ministry supports education and teacher training agency and also the non-governmental organization, but as well as our many foreign partners with particular emphasis on Yad Vashem in Israel, Memorial de la Shoah in France, and the American Holocaust Organization in the United States. I would also like to mention that the Ministry finances visits of all Croatian pupils to memorial site Jasenovac and its museum, where at authentic sites students attend education program on Holocaust and World War II. We think that this can be a good starting point for young generations in commemorating and exploring those hidden histories that seeks painful confrontation with one's own past and the message that oblivion does not and should not happen. Forgetting crime is denying man and denying his humanity. Therefore, we aim to teach our young generation how to overcome differences and to build a future in which tolerance and dialogue and mutual respect will become the basis and a lasting pledge of peace. And therefore, we are especially proud of 120 Croatian righteous among the nations. All those crimes should never happen again. Thank you very much.
Apologies for my previous wrong introduction. That was His Excellency Professor Dr. Radovan Fuchs, Minister of Science and Education of Croatia. Now we have the honor of listening to the words shared to us by the Czech Republic's Minister of Education, Youth and Sports, Mr. Václav Velkovský.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to first greet the founder and chairman of the European Jewish Association, Mr. Menachem Margolin, all Jewish communities around the world, and of course the Jewish community in Serbia, my dear fellow ministers and all participants in this gathering. I would like to express my deep gratitude that as the Minister of Education, Science and Technological Development, I was given the trust and honored to address you with a few words at this large and important commemorative gathering dedicated to the Holocaust Remembrance Day. Just like the title of this year's campaign says, not on my watch, reminding us that we need to stay awake and careful in order to save the world from catastrophes such as the Holocaust. That is, it indicates that intensive activity in the field of Holocaust education is needed, as well as in histories of suffering in the Second World War, promotion of the culture and remembrance, and the fight against antisemitism and all forms of xenophobia. We take this opportunity to share our experience with you to inform you that the Ministry of Education, Science and Technological Development of Serbia is very dedicated to paying due attention to Holocaust education and thus regularly participates in events organized by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. A large number of teachers and students carry out teaching and extracurricular activities in primary and secondary schools, and during the pandemic there was a significant presence of teachers in all professional international trainings dedicated to the Holocaust. The Serbian people understand very well what the Holocaust is, and they deeply feel the suffering of the Jewish people because they themselves suffered during the Second World War from the same organizers of that world catastrophe. Having in mind all of this, now and here, I want to express our firm commitment and readiness to be on guard so that the Holocaust would never happen to anyone or anywhere ever again.
Again, I apologize, my list has changed in the meantime, and that was the Minister of Education of Science, Technological Development of Serbia, His Excellency, Mr. Branko Rucic. I believe now I'm on the right page, and let me please introduce the Minister for Education, Youth and Sports of the Czech Republic, Mr. Václav Velkovský.
Ladies and gentlemen, I feel honored on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport of the Czech Republic to be invited to speak to this conference. In 1966, Theodor Adorno wrote, "Die Forderung, dass Auschwitz nicht noch einmal sei, ist die allererste Anerziehung. Sie geht so sehr jeglicher anderen voran, dass ich werde glaube, sie begründen zu müssen, noch zu sollen." Was Adorno wrong in his estimate? What has actually changed now in 2021? We are witnessing growing intolerance. We are facing an escalation of hatred in society that results from its frustration. Today's world has become so diversified that even axioms such as truth, faith, or reality crumble, and individuals do not orient themselves in them and therefore question them. Ubiquitous questioning used by extremist and populist ideologies without fixed points and values can cause the moral decay of future generations. It is our duty to return to Adorno's thesis of the unquestionability of the Holocaust and its meaning for common human education. It is not a question of teaching history, but a question of morality, ethics, identity, and above all, humanity and its failure. In the past, the Czech lands were formed in a multi-ethnic and multi-religious manner, including Judaism. We wish to preserve these favorable circumstances also in the future. The history of the Jewish minority in the Czech lands, history of the state of Israel, Holocaust and prevention of antisemitism, and all forms of racism and hatred are incorporated as important elements in the obligatory education contents. Currently, we are revising the framework curricula, and particular attention is devoted to new approaches. The Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports of the Czech Republic is grateful for the international cooperation in this field. The most advanced teacher training is organized jointly with the Yad Vashem. It is our partner also in organizing annual seminars on the new methods on teaching on the Holocaust. We promote the Czech-Israeli student exchanges or the Daniel Project, a competition for pupils and students devoted to the Holocaust topic. The Czech Republic is involved in the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. This built a very good basis for the development of national activities, such as educational collaboration with the Theresienstadt Memorial or the Jewish Museum in Prague. In addition, the ministry annually supports language educational activities of national minorities, including the project focus on teaching Hebrew. Ladies and gentlemen, we do a lot, but are we doing enough? What we need is an understanding that the Holocaust is not just an 80-year-old event, but it is part of us all, that it must be perceived not as a closed past, but as a painful part of humanity to which we must draw attention, which we must be aware of, and which we must be able to convey to future generations. Not only because of our ancestors, but mainly because of our kids and the world they are going to build. Thank you for your attention.
And now we are honored to hear the words of the Deputy Minister for Education, Youth and Sports of the Czech Republic, Mr. Václav Velkovský. I'm sorry, there's a problem with my list. We are now honored to hear the words of the Minister of Education for Culture, Sports and Youth of Cyprus, His Excellency, Mr. Podromos Podromou.
Today, 76 years following the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau by the Allied forces, we reiterate our profound respect to the victims and survivors of the Holocaust. International Holocaust Remembrance Day is a day of responsibility, a day to reflect on the lessons of the Holocaust and consider actions that will prevent any future acts of such inconceivable barbarity. The Republic of Cyprus is fully committed and promotes education, remembrance, and research about the Holocaust and is working to join the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance as an observer state within this year. The best way to honor the victims of the Holocaust is indeed through our collective commitment to fight the scourge of anti-Semitism, as well as other forms of racism. In December 2019, Cyprus became one of the first states that adopted the EJA working definition of anti-Semitism, a very significant guidance tool for education and training. The Cyprus Ministry of Education, Culture, Sport and Youth is dedicated in combating anti-Semitism and preserving the memory of Shoah in and outside school. As a ministry, we have signed the Memorandum of Understanding with Israel's Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Martyrs and Heroes Remembrance Authority, in order to join forces in tackling anti-Semitism, but also in better teaching secondary school students the sensitive subject of the Holocaust. In particular, every other year, an educational visit of 25 history teachers takes place at Yad Vashem, which is then followed by a seminar by a Yad Vashem representative in Cyprus. Each year, a school competition on creative writing takes place at school, usually themed by an exhibition sent by Yad Vashem. Also, each year, Holocaust survivors visit schools around Cyprus. Last year, more than 1,200 students aged 13 to 18 had the chance to listen to a series of lectures by Holocaust survivor Lola Angel. It is worth noting that Cyprus has a particular historic connection with Holocaust survivors. From 1946 to 1949, more than 50,000 Holocaust survivors passed through Cyprus, waiting an opportunity to travel to the land of Israel. As we educate ourselves and our children on the bitter lessons of the Holocaust, we help to build a world that is more accepting, secure, and free. This is the best way to honor the legacy we recognize on this day and to fulfill our responsibilities to improve our world from generation to generation. Thank you.
We're grateful to the Minister of Education of Cyprus for having also lit our Not on Our Watch candle. Our next shared speech is from the Minister of Education of Science and Sports of Slovenia, His Excellency Professor Dr. Simona Kuštek.
Chairman of the European Jewish Association, Rabbi Menachem Margolin, dear respected guests. Today, as we mark the International Day of Commemoration in memory of the victims of the Holocaust, we pay tribute and our deepest honors to 6 million Jews and other victims who lost their lives during the horrors of the World War II. On this day, 76 years ago, Allied forces liberated the Auschwitz-Birkenau death camp. Sources say some 2,000 Slovenian detainees were transported to Auschwitz-Birkenau during its year of operation. 21 Slovene women were found alive on the day of liberation. Every year we hear, these horrors must never happen again. Horrors of the Holocaust and the crimes committed by the Nazis brought the human mankind a development of common and universal principles of human rights. All the victims and all those who succeeded to survive and took with them all the fear gave the humanity the recognition that the international community needs to stand together in universally defining rights of all people. This has been an invaluable historical achievement to be preserved and respected by all means. Today, we are facing difficult times again. Pressures in many forms and faces are building, seriously challenging the fundamental values and human rights. Now, more than ever, we need to stand strong and defend them. We need to fight discrimination in all forms. We need to fight racism, antisemitism, xenophobia, and all forms of intolerance that may arise in these uncertain times. As a minister responsible for education and science, my fight rests upon knowledge, education, research, enlightenment. Education on history and remembrance of the Holocaust and the crimes committed by Nazis is an important way of raising awareness of the dangers of new crimes against humanity and of developing competencies for democratic culture underpinning critical understanding, respect for human dignity, and responsibility for justice in the world we live in.
We're very grateful for Minister Kucek's wise words. I would now like to present the words of the Minister of Education for Sports and Youth of Albania, Her Excellency Madam Evis Kushi.
Dear all, the Holocaust reminds the entire world of the limits of how far human behavior, hate, and violence among people can go. This serves to really understand that respect, tolerance, humanity, and love should be cultivated in the minds of all people in the world, starting from children, starting from the Genesis. Albania is proud to have protected about 200 Jewish during the Second World War, people who needed shelter and protection. We did not hand them over to the Nazis. We even defended them and extended a helping hand to them. Albania is proud of the religious tolerance that prevails in our nation. Antisemitism has never had place in our democratic and free society. We believe that if a holy place where God is worshipped, a synagogue, a church, a mosque, is hated or violated, and if believers of any religion are attacked or maltreated, this is an indication that the very foundations of the society's freedoms are shaken. Albania has included the Holocaust in the history curriculum in the pre-university education system for over 20 years. Our cooperation in the field of education with the Embassy of Israel is focused on training the teachers on various topics, including history, the Holocaust, anti-Semitism, etc. Every 27th January, which is the International Holocaust Remembrance Day, students and teachers organize awareness-raising activities and visit museums. The history makes our students evaluate and judge the conflicts and collaborations between countries and nations. They learn and judge the consequences, economic, social, psychological, as well as the Holocaust consequences during World War II. They see the role and attitude of Albanians toward Jewish people. Most importantly, when students learn history, they are able to prevent the repetition of devastating stories that have occurred in history, such as the Holocaust, genocides, and other crimes against humanity, etc. Memory is the best preventer for humanity. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Minister Kushi's words. Thank you.
Thank you, Adira. Thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. We're gonna now talk, or rather receive the words of the Minister of Education and Employment from Malta, Ms. Justine Kawana.
Remembering the Jewish people today should direct our focus to all other groups within our communities who are still facing atrocities and blatant discriminations and breach of human rights, even today as I speak. These cohorts include persons with disabilities, the LGBTIQ community, and Roma, who are the victims of discrimination, persecution, and genocide. And at this point, please allow to share with you a quote by Spanish philosopher George Santayana, who rightly said that those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. The need to remember and retain lessons of what became the Holocaust grows rather than diminishes, and member states share a collective responsibility for addressing the residual trauma, maintaining effective remembrance policies, caring for historical sites, and more so, promoting education, documentation, and research, and this 7 decades after the genocide. This responsibility entails educating about the causes, consequences, and dynamics of such crimes so as to strengthen the resilience of our young people against the ideologies of hatred, violence, and lack of respect for human dignity and human rights. And in the European Union, numerous programs seek to preserve the memory of these tragic events in the history of our continent. And since 1995, the European Parliament has adopted resolution drawing attention to the obligation to remember not only through commemorations, but also through education. And as Minister for Education in Malta, I am not only committed to this agenda, but also to dedicate my endeavors to ensure an education system fostering a holistic approach and to instill in our children the values of respect, love, and solidarity, and annihilate the negative ideologies spurred by hatred.
Thank you very much. We just heard the words of the Minister for Education and Employment from Malta. I'd like now to propose you to hear about the words of another minister based in North Macedonia of Education also and Science, Ms. Mila Karovska.
We remember more than 6 million Jewish victims of death camps. Among them were 7,144 Jewish from Skopje, Bitola, and Štip who lost their lives. We must never forget that, but remembering is not enough. The culture of remembering should inspire societies of action. We need to act now in order to prevent such an evil happening again. Therefore, the new concept for primary education is based on accepting diversity. From an early age, children should learn about multiculturalism and interculturalism. They should develop awareness about equality and learn to accept diversity, as these are qualities that give value and meaning of life. Teachers should answer every question and complement the knowledge children have gained at home. We must teach them that an equal and just society can only be built with tolerance and mutual respect. Together, we can build a better world, a world where different ethnic and religion communities live and work together. Through education, we create generations that will prevent violence and rid the world of antisemitism, racism, and injustice. That is why we initiate educational reforms, create new didactic materials, and strongly support all efforts against discrimination, hate speech, and all forms of violation of human rights.
Thanks for this video. Now we'll go in another country. We'll go to Finland, where the Minister of the Interior, Mr. Olli Polka Parviainen, will talk also today. Thanks, Mr. Olli Polka Parviainen, for being with us.
Thank you, Chair. I am the State Secretary of the Ministry of the Interior, and the Minister sends her greetings. At the moment, anti-Semitism is once more a growing phenomenon in Europe and wider. The internet, for example, has provided new and ever-evolving grounds for hate, and this hate can manifest itself in the streets and even in some politics. In the internet, please turn off your mics, please. In the internet, the algorithms lead one to so-called echo chambers, where the anti-Semitic ideas and views gain support and multiply. The COVID pandemic has also added fuel to those supporting anti-Semitic views. We have seen many old conspiracies woken up during the pandemic, even though their cover can be made to look like something else. There is still anti-Semitism behind them often. The threat of violence targeted against Jewish communities as well as cultural and religious sites is also growing. Anti-Semitism is a cross-border and global threat and an attack on European core values. It is important to have a holistic approach to fight anti-Semitism effectively, locally, nationally, and internationally. The Council Declaration on Mainstreaming the Fight Against Anti-Semitism across policy areas adopted in last December provides good guidelines on how to fight against anti-Semitism. On national level, it is important to involve the Jewish communities and work with them in close cooperation. They can provide the best insight on how this crime can be resolved. Jewish communities are threatened by different extremist groups which do not have respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. We need to focus on the whole society to prevent these crimes. And as the memory of mankind is often too short, it is important to learn from the history too. It is important duty of us all to remember the Holocaust and to make sure that nothing like that would ever happen again. We must work against it. Greetings from the government of Finland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. To let us know that we don't have to remember. Thanks for your words. Now we will end with France, with Mr. Sylvain Maillard, who was the chairman of Antisemitism Parliamentary Group and who has such introduced a resolution assimilating anti-Zionism to antisemitism. Mr. Maillard, we would like to hear you now. Thanks.
Thank you. Do you hear me? It's okay.
Very well.
Thank you.
You are in your car.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to thank the European Jewish Association for organizing this online commemoration for the Holocaust Remembrance Day and for inviting me to take part in this event. Such commemorations are essential for the victim and their descendants, but also in order to never forget the horror that antisemitism can create in our societies. Such a reminder is essential to our times as we are facing a significant resurgence of anti-Semitic crimes. In France alone, anti-Semitic acts increased by 27% last year. This trait is particularly worrisome as the hate against Jews in a form of intolerance that can grow insidiously without the majority of citizens noticing it, except during dramatic events such as the attack on a synagogue that behaved Germany 2 years ago. It is also worrisome because of the new form of intolerance towards Jews that has appeared in recent years and which doesn't say its name, as antisemitism can take sometimes the form of anti-Zionism. Of course, criticizing Israel on its policies is not an anti-Semitic act, but to deny the right to exist is indubitably one. The reality that such hatred is not significant lies precisely in the fact that there is no other country for which the denial of the right to exist would not appear to us as illogical, incomprehensible, insufferable. There is therefore not tolerable that is the case of Israel, for the sole reason that it's a Jewish state. The fight is a new form of hate against Jews. I drafted in 2019 as president of the study group of anti-Semitism of the French National Assembly a resolution proposal in order to adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition, which has already been adopted by the European Parliament in 2017 and endorsed by the Council of the European Union 1 year later. The definition is worded as follows. Antisemitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of antisemitism are directed toward Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, toward Jewish community, institutions, and religious facilities. By adopting such a resolution, by pointing the anti-Zionism as one of the modern forms of antisemitism, I believe that we'll be able to fight more effectively against the new antisemitism. I believe that will be the fight for more effectively against antisemitism for the 21st century, which no longer dares to say its name, but we still have at its sole source the hatred of Jews. I was particularly proud as a legislator, but also as a citizen, where this resolution was voted and adopted by my colleague in December 1917. But France is not also is not the only European country confronted by the resurgence of discrimination against the Jews. As anti-Semitism is a global threat, the fight again, it must therefore mobilize all countries of our continent and abroad. This is why such international commemorations are important in order to unite us against these common threats. That is why I was so eager to be part of this commemoration day today. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for your words, Member of Parliament Sylvain Maillard. And now we will continue with France, and I have the privilege to introduce Monsieur Joël Mergui, the President of the Consistoire of France. Mr. Joël Mergui.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, et je suis épaté par le nombre extraordinaire de personnalités qui viennent de toute l'Europe dénoncer dans cette journée historique l'antisémitisme. L'année dernière, à la même date, nous étions à Jérusalem, à Yad Vashem, avec le chef de l'État d'Israël, avec les présidents et responsables de tous les pays du monde pour les 75 ans de la libération des camps. Je ne peux pas oublier ce moment parce que nous étions les uns contre les autres, les uns à côté des autres, dans un moment que nous ne pouvons pas réaliser aujourd'hui. Nous étions tout près des rescapés de la Shoah qui étaient à Yad Vashem. Et c'était un moment d'espoir parce que le monde entier était présent à Jérusalem pour dénoncer l'antisémitisme. Et par sa présence à Jérusalem, le monde entier dénonçait aussi l'antisionisme et reconnaissait quelque part implicitement l'importance de Jérusalem pour le monde juif et pour Israël. Un an après, aujourd'hui, nous sommes dispersés. Nous ne pouvons pas nous réunir, sinon par ce Zoom qui nous permet de commémorer. Mais nous savons que l'antisémitisme est encore présent en Europe, que l'antisionisme est encore une réalité, que malheureusement aussi la liberté religieuse est combattue par certains et que dans certains pays, vivre comme juif devient difficile. Je voudrais ici redire, dans ma responsabilité de président de la plus importante communauté juive d'Europe en France, que lorsque les juifs commencent à s'interroger sur leur avenir en Europe, l'Europe doit aussi s'interroger sur son propre avenir. Nous avons ici, aujourd'hui, encore de l'antisémitisme, encore de l'antisionisme, encore de l'intolérance, encore des haines, et une nouvelle forme de haine qui s'est attaquée aux Juifs et qui s'attaque au monde, qui est le terrorisme et l'islamisme radical. Alors, je voudrais finir par une petite note d'espoir, parce qu'en même temps qu'aujourd'hui, c'est cette journée de commémoration, c'est aussi pour le peuple juif la journée de Tu Bishvat. De Tu Bishvat, qui est la journée de la plantation des arbres, qui est la journée de la préservation de la nature, mais qui est la journée du lien du peuple juif avec Jérusalem, du lien des fruits. Alors, disons-nous aujourd'hui que aussi longtemps qu'autant de personnalités du monde se réuniront, que ce soit à Jérusalem ou par le biais de ces commémorations, pour dénoncer l'antisémitisme et l'antisionisme, mais aussi pour promouvoir le judaïsme dans les différents pays d'Europe, aussi longtemps le peuple juif continuera à se battre et à espérer.
Merci, Monsieur Joël Mergui, président du Consistoire central de France et de Paris, la plus importante communauté juive en Europe. Et maintenant, and now we will go to Italy, to the president of the Jewish community of Milan, Milo Asbani.
Thank you for inviting me. With the permission of Rav Margolin, I would like just to say that from Sunday we are celebrating this Remember Days with a lot of TV interview, with a lot of politicians who call us to invite us for to participate to many Zoom, etc. I think the most important things that we must continue to do is to work on the young generation. This is what our Holocaust survivor was doing for many years. But unfortunately, our Liliana Segre decided end of last year to stop, to go around to talk with the students because she's a little bit tired. We have Edo Fiano that passed away a month ago. We have a Franco Schönheit that a year ago passed away. But we are trying to prepare the young generation in order to go to many schools and to talk with the students. This is what we are doing. This is what all of us must continue to do. I just want to, before closing, I want just to give a small example that must be like a worry for all of us. Last Sunday, during a webinar that we are doing in the Jewish community, because we are working in the last few months on many Zoom, this is the only way we can reach the people in this moment. So we was talking about the negationist. So, and during this webinar, one of the Italian teacher asked us if we can send somebody to explain to the student who are the Jews. So this make a little bit worry, I mean, that in some school, the people don't know even who are the Jews. So I think all of us must take the responsibility to prepare our young generation and in order to never forget. Thank you.
Thank you, Milo. And now we will ask Estrella Bengio, President of the Jewish Community of Madrid, to deliver her message. Estrella?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So first of all, thank you to the European Jewish Association for organizing this such event. Thank you for the invitation and giving the opportunity to me to express some few words in this very special day, the day where we are commemorating the Holocaust Remembrance Day. And this is the day to express the commitment to fight against hate, intolerance, anti-Semitism, and xenophobia. And also it's the day for the commitment that this situation never happen again. And this, as we all know and we have expressed, is through the laws, the education in the schools, and the basis of the tolerance and respect. These are the messages that we have been communicating along the years by the Jewish community in Madrid. And there are some commemorating acts that have been taking place in the past year. This year, even under the COVID circumstances we are making our life, and it was expressed before, last year people was together. This year we are here, at least we can see each other. We find the ways to organize in a different manner this commemoration, which is very important. So there is going to be in the Assembly of the Regional Government institutional declaration against all this, and to declare that the commitment that this will never happen again, and that education and the alignment with all the things that we have been saying now. There are also some activities in the town hall of Madrid that will be taking place tomorrow, and other 6 town halls where this commemorating act with the presence of authorities and few members as long as possible in these special circumstances will be taking place. I would like also to reflect that there is the Federation of the Spanish Jewish Association has organized just this morning in the Senate also the commemoration of the Holocaust Remembrance Day, and it is very impressive, and to feel that the clear commitment to fight against this situation, and to clearly express the need to remember the past to avoid the repetition. And this is still valid today. This has been mentioned before, and we all know that there are different things happening around ourselves, so we cannot take for granted anything. This is the moment to take this very seriously and to continue to work into that direction.
Thank you, Estrella. Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to Rabbi Benjamin Jacobs, the Chief Rabbi of the Interprovincial Rabbinate of Netherlands. Rabbi Jacobs. If Rabbi Jacobs is not connected right now or is not listening, can we ask?
You hear me?
Yeah.
First of all, thank you for organizing this very impressive Zoom meeting. We commemorate all those who were killed. And I heard a lot of warnings for the future. And of course, that is very, very necessary. Knowledge about what happened and also knowledge about who was Jewish. Very often I give a lecture and I get a compliment that my Dutch is so well. So I'm telling them I'm Dutch. I'm born already living here more than 10 generations. Oh, we thought you were Jewish. People don't know anymore in so many places what means a Jewish person. That is scary. But I want to bring something in the picture what I didn't hear anybody speaking about it yet. I had the privilege to work in a Jewish psychiatric hospital. There are the people who did and did not survive. I met a person, he comes once in 6 weeks at my home, he's a survivor. And he is very, very thankful to the Gentiles who risked their life to help him to survive. But he's also suffering. When he was 6 years old, he came to his parents, the ones who saved him. And the first thing they told him, he was 6, do you know why that happened? Do you know why you are suffering? Do you know why Jews are suffering? The answer is, they told him, because your parents killed Jesus. So this little boy, 6, starts thinking, what happened? Why did my parents do that? Till today, he's still thankful to his parents. At the same moment, he's still suffering from the fact they tried to convince him, to convert him. So we also should keep in mind that there are people who are still suffering. They survived as they did not survive. Why did it happen to him? Because a society where a multicultural society, everybody is allowed to live his way in such a way that he gives also place and space to anybody else. And that's what I want to emphasize. Fighting anti-Semitism, right. Commemorate, absolutely. But also be aware that everybody in our society is allowed to live the way he wants to live, to believe what he wants to believe. Till the moment that there is a group of people who say, you have to live like me. And if you don't live like me, you have no reason to exist. I wish all of you that we may be able, that God will give us the strength to fight the virus, Corona, COVID-19, at the same time that we also have the strength and the power to fight another virus called antisemitism. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Jacobs. Have we Ellen van Praag, the chair of the Interprovincial Rabbinate of Netherlands? If not, we will go to Regina.
Hello. Now I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me in this meeting. It's really, as everybody already told, it's very impressive. I have a very short message, and it has to do with the things I feel. Why do we have to remember? Why do we tell people never to forget? And I was thinking, just imagine you're at the birthday party and everybody's having fun. And it's sometimes the topic comes, you tell that your family has been murdered. Not just one person, but 50 or 60 of your family members. And just imagine the silence that will occur, for nobody will be able to understand. But just this has happened to our families and the families of our Jewish friends. It's a miracle that I'm able to speak to you, for my family survived. It's a miracle that my mother-in-law survived Auschwitz. And in spite of the fact that she and my father-in-law, whom she got married in 1942, were the only survivors of very large families. They took up their lives and established, with all the problems, a very small family. I feel it's my duty to forget, never to forget. And as small as I am, I stand in the tradition of my imaginary extended family. I feel it's my duty to represent my aunts, uncles, nephews, nieces, and everybody whom I will never know, never had the chance to know. Their remembrance is my legacy and helps me to fulfill my duty to serve my fellow communities. This is our duty. Never forget and always remember. Zichrono livracha, may their souls be bound in the light of eternal life. And I want to keep it like this because the numbers that have perished are unimaginable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hélène. Now I would like the privilege to introduce Regina Slusny. She's the president of the Forum of Jewish Association in Antwerp and Vlaanderen in Belgium. Regina?
Hello, do you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for having me. We remember Auschwitz. In recent years, we have seen increase in remembrance education activities in Belgium. Many schools visit Dossin Museum in Mechelen, the place from where more than 25,000 Jewish people, as well as several hundred gypsies, were deported mainly to Auschwitz. The Auschwitz extermination camp itself is also increasingly visited by students and undoubtedly contributes to an awareness of the horrors that took place there. The lesson to be learned is that racism and intolerance can lead to genocide, and this topic is rightly given a lot of attention. More and more people are discovering racism, and that battle, unfortunately, must still continue to be fought. Even one person who falls victim to hatred and intolerance is one too many. It is more than ever necessary that schools pay a lot of attention to this. However, this is not all that Auschwitz teaches us. By updating education about the Holocaust to the problems of our current society, such as racism and xenophobia, the fundamental element that Auschwitz stands for threatens to become less important. Antisemitism is rarely featured in the media. In the social debate, it is increasingly politicized. Fortunately, racism is widely condemned, but anti-Semitism is increasingly seen as being justified. And yet, that is the great lesson that Auschwitz teaches us, that hatred of Jews was the generally acceptable and defensible attitude in the years before World War II, which allowed this genocide to take place. In the present time, too, hatred of Jews appears to be justifiable, but in different terms than in the past. It would appear that anti-Semitism is a contagious virus that constantly mutates and cannot be eradicated. To this day, there is no vaccine that appears to resist it. In the commemoration of the liberation of Auschwitz, we mourn the millions of people who were murdered, including 6 million Jewish men, women, and children. They were murdered just because they were born Jewish, simply because they all had a Jewish mother. We must also think about the people who survived the camps, but whose lives have since then been destroyed. A very few of them are still alive today, and they can still bear witness to what they saw and experienced firsthand. Within a few short years, the negationists and Holocaust deniers will doubtless take advantage of this shamelessly when these people are gone. We should also think of all those people who had to live in hiding through the years of occupation and who have also come out of this horror traumatized. However, today, let us honor the silent heroes. They were the common men and women who considered the life of a Jewish child more important than their own safety. These were the silent heroes who did not follow the crowd and who did not seek to excuse the hatred of Jews. The silent heroes who showed what it means to be human. I am one of those hidden children. Thank you for my life.
Thank you, Regina. Now I would like to give the floor to Philippe Markiewicz, who is the president of the Consistoire in Belgium and also the president of the Jewish community of Brussels.
Mesdames et messieurs, chers amis, la mémoire de la Shoah est un devoir essentiel pour nous tous, non seulement pour notre mémoire, pour la mémoire de l'histoire, mais également et surtout pour défendre aujourd'hui les valeurs de la démocratie pour tous et toutes, quelle que soit leur religion ou leur conception philosophique. Défendre les valeurs de la démocratie est essentiel et le Yom HaShoah est une occasion exceptionnelle pour rappeler ces valeurs de la démocratie pour tous. L'Union européenne est une construction fantastique qui doit plus que jamais aujourd'hui défendre ces valeurs de la démocratie. Les communautés juives à travers l'Europe sont inquiètes. C'est aux autorités européennes, nationales et régionales de les rassurer, plus que jamais. La liberté des cultes est une valeur fondamentale dans nos démocraties. Donc, notamment, la défense de l'abattage selon le rite doit être considérée comme un élément essentiel chez nous en Europe. Nous sommes convaincus que des solutions seront trouvées avec les autorités concernées dans ce domaine-là. Aujourd'hui, quelle que soit notre religion ou notre non-religion, nous sommes confrontés à la guerre contre le corona. Le corona nous frappe tous sans exception. Restons donc unis pour défendre les valeurs européennes, restons unis pour défendre notre santé à tous. Aujourd'hui, plus que jamais. Restez tous en bonne santé. Demain est un autre jour. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Monsieur Philippe Markiewicz, président du Consistoire central de Belgique. Thank you, Mr. Markiewicz, president of the Belgium Consistoire. Can now we go have online Mr. Edouard Odener, des Gazette?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please,
Okay,
Edouard.
Michelle. Well, I had a whole speech prepared and there was so much said. All my friends from EJA invited so many fantastic people that talk about anti-Semitism, but I would like to say something personal about what happened to me and my family. My family before the World War II was counting about 200 people. After World War II, there was only my father, my aunt, and my father's cousin that was left after the World War II, and we never knew what happened to most of my family. My mother's family, she was the only one who survived, thanks to the Polish people who kept her alive during the 5 years of the nightmare that was the World War II. And I hope it will never happen again. That's why we have to fight with all the, even the slightest signs of anti-Semitism we see today in the public media, media that we see from the all sorts of public figures, politicians, and I heard recently that someone in the United States compared the Kristallnacht to what happened in Washington, D.C. I mean, trivializing such events like Kristallnacht and comparing it to what happened in Washington, D.C. when a couple of people were a little mad at what happened there politically, I think it's despicable. And I hope it will never happen again. And I hope, although it's quite possible that that our fight will have to be long, and I hope it will bring the end of this sickness that we see in today's world, and that was culminating over 70 years ago during the World War II in concentration camps and other atrocities of the World War II. And hoping that it will never happen again, I also thank you for helping us fighting with all the symptoms of anti-Semitism. And I can see that many people in European countries, in European unions, are quite aware of what anti-Semitism can lead to. And as it was shown already here in Europe, and it did really happen. And therefore, I think that I thank you, EJA, Rabbi Margolin, and all the other people to help us fighting with what we see today in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Thank you, Edward. And now we will ask Lea Floch, the president of the Jewish community of Mönchengladbach in Germany, to say a few words, but please, Lea? Lea, are you there? If no, I will ask my colleagues, Alex. Can you take the lead? If Lea is not on board, David?
Okay, I will replace David as he's arriving. I would like to let Constance Le Grip, who's member of Parliament, vice chair of Cultural Affairs and Education Committee at the National Assembly of France, to talk now. She has to go soon. Thank you very much, Michelle.
I know that there are many people who believe there is no vaccine against antisemitism.
Constance?
Therefore, we have no choice but just to continue living.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important event. On this Holocaust Memorial Day, this Holocaust Remembrance Day, we commemorate the victims as we commemorate the anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp. We remember the Holocaust due to anti-Semitism, and remembering is, of course, our duty, our responsibility. But first, I'd like to say that precisely 1 year ago, I was in Poland. I was invited by the European Jewish Association to a study visit in the concentration camp of Auschwitz-Birkenau. And of course, I will never forget. In everybody's life, I think there is something absolutely incredibly moving that happens when you have the opportunity to visit the concentration camp. And thank you again to the European Jewish Association to give me this opportunity, especially and precisely 1 year ago. What happened in that concentration camp of Auschwitz and in the other concentration camps and in other many places all over Europe, the murder of millions of Jews gives us an obligation, watch over and keep the memory alive. It gives us an obligation of vigilance, responsibility, and courage against denial and amnesia. Because as we honor the victims and the survivors of the Holocaust, we must absolutely repeat that anti-Semitism still exists. In my country, France, a young man, two old ladies, very young kids have been murdered just before they were Jewish. And a terrorist Islamist attack against a kosher supermarket happened here in Paris. So now, every week, we know it, insults, aggressions on internet, as well in the real life, still exist, are perpetrated. Intolerance, hate, anti-Semitism, racism should have no place in our world. Therefore, the Holocaust Remembrance Day is a call for commitment, a global commitment for all of us. Never forget the victims and the survivors. But it is also a call for education, protection of facts, fight against amnesia and denial, as I said before, and fight against distortion. We all know that the danger still exists. So let's fight together. Thank you. I'll be very short. Many people have spoken already and are also gonna speak. So thank you very much for your attention and take care.
We thank you, Madame Le Grip. Thank you to you as well for your patience. It's been quite a long webinar, Zoom meeting, but I think we can all agree that it's very, very important to hear this testimony, these speeches. So we thank you for that. Without further ado, we'll move to our next speaker. And I'm delighted to welcome from Spain, Mr. MEP Dominic Ruiz de Veza, who's a member of the European Parliament's Committee on Culture and Education. Dominic, the floor is yours. If you can unmute yourself. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Alex, and I am so happy of being today with you and all the others in such an important occasion, and of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, which happened today, many decades ago. And today we gather to remember, to never forget. But why? Some say the world has seen many recent horrors, and it is true. That the world has many tragedies to weep, and it is true. But we can never forget what happened in Auschwitz-Birkenau and in many other extermination centers around Europe at the time. I say to them, when we see the false patriots' rights rise again, when we see fear of difference poisoning coexistence, we must more than ever honor the memory of the Holocaust victims. Remembering them is not forgetting our commitment to fight every day against our worst instincts, to better ourselves, and assert, not on my watch, never again. I believe that we should strive for something, to consider the world our homeland and the humankind our family. Thank you very much.
Dominic, thank you for your beautiful words, and thank you again for your patience. It's very, very, very important that you're able to say those words with us. Would like to pass directly to another MEP right now, MEP Angela Winzig from Austria, a member of the European People's Party. Before I hand over to my colleague David Fiorentini, who will introduce a number of our Italian politicians. So MEP Winzig, vielen Dank, and the floor is yours. MEP Winzig, if you are able to unmute yourself, that would be wonderful. I can see you're struggling with it, so we'll give you just another few seconds. We just need you to unmute your microphone if it's all possible. There we go. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very honored to be part of this very important event today. We are here together to remember the victims of the Holocaust. We have heard it, the 6 million Jews and many others murdered during a period of unprecedented, horrific cruelty. A time when human dignity was cast aside for racial, atrocious ideology. The Holocaust was one of our darkest chapters in human history. Coming from Austria, I'm all too aware of how important it is to face our history honestly and recognize our responsibility for yesterday, today, and tomorrow. To learn from the past and to let it inform our present and future. But also in these turbulent times of crisis, we must ensure that intolerance, hatred, bigotry, and antisemitism have no place in our society. Because commemoration can only make sense if remembrance of the countless victims teaches us a lesson to never forget, to never think that what happened back then never cannot happen again. We must remember and we must fight for our values and against hateful tendencies. We cannot undo history, but we can work to ensure that the past doesn't repeat itself. Never happen again. This is also our mission in the European Parliament and also on our national level. Thank you.
Dear all, thank you for your patience. We're just waiting for our colleague David Fiorentini to take over from here. So we need David Fiorentini to unmute himself or have someone unmute him. In the meantime, thank you, Angelica, sorry, for your wonderful words and for your important words on this day. And we thank everyone for their patience once again. So, David, I hope you are with us.
Thank you. I'll be taking over from here. Thank you very much for the patience. And now it's my great honor to introduce the Senator of the Italian Republic, Massimo Mallegni. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for invitation. Thank you for European Jewish Association. Friends and excellent representative of institution and association, good afternoon. Today is as every year, many people deal with their thoughts on the tragedy of the Holocaust. Many do it by choice, many others cannot do without it. Many live this day like any other day of the year, always keeping in their mind and their hearts one of the darkest periods of our history. Personally, I don't think of the Holocaust only on January 27th, but living in a land tortured by Nazi fascism. Every day, I see in front of me the sign of a recent past that has marked our lives forever. My region, Tuscany, my land, Versilia, and the village of Sant'Anna di Stazzema, the place of useless massacre in which more than 500 people, including children, women, and men, were slaughtered, make me always attentive and vigilant to any kind of discrimination. Unfortunately, even today, there are resurgences of anti-Semitism. We must oppose with every means and woe to those who pretend not to see. The Holocaust is a wound never healed in our lives. There can be absolutely no justification for what happened, and the attempts of those who deny everything that happened 80 years ago are not acceptable. Today, we are faced with difficult choices. The serious pandemic that has struck the world could be classified as a new war that has already exterminated over 2 million people. Let us all work together to truly become one world community without division and possibly without the desire to excel our neighbors. Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Mallegni. It's been a pleasure having you here. And now it is my great pleasure and honor to introduce to you our next speaker, who is Senator Maurizio Gasparri. Please, Gasparri, the floor is for you.
You listen? Yes? Okay?
Yes.
I speak from Rome, from the Senate. Buonasera a tutti. Il mio saluto di esponente del partito di Forza Italia, membro del Senato italiano, è il saluto di un movimento politico guidato da Silvio Berlusconi, che ha sempre messo i temi della libertà, dei diritti dei popoli, della memoria, delle tragedie del passato al primo posto della propria azione politica. E quindi la nostra adesione alla giornata della memoria è sincera ed è convinta, per ricordare l'orrore dell'Olocausto, per combattere in ogni parte del mondo fenomeni di razzismo, di intolleranza, di neonazismo che si dovessero tragicamente riproporre, e talvolta purtroppo avviene, nelle città dell'Italia, dell'Europa, del mondo. Ma oggi, ricordando la giornata della memoria, il presidente del nostro movimento Forza Italia, Silvio Berlusconi, ha anche detto che oltre a ricordare l'orrore dell'Olocausto, le vittime della follia nazista, dobbiamo anche essere vicini allo Stato di Israele, vicini agli ebrei in qualsiasi parte del mondo vivano. In Italia tanti sono protagonisti della vita sociale, produttiva della nazione e rappresentano un'eccellenza per la nostra nazione. Ma tutelare Israele, i suoi confini, il suo diritto, la sua vita quotidiana è, credo, un modo anche per rendere attuale la volontà di combattere ogni discriminazione, ogni aggressione. Credo che questo sia importante perché talvolta molti parlano del passato e fanno bene, ma trascurano le tragedie e le aggressioni del nostro tempo e fanno male. E quindi un saluto da Roma, dal Parlamento italiano, con commozione, con convinzione e con determinazione per batterci ovunque e sempre per la libertà dei popoli e per ricordare la tragedia della Shoah.
Thank you very much, Senator Gasparri. For those who don't speak Italian, I'll quickly translate in English the message. And Senator Gasparri is saying, giving his regards in the name of the whole Forza Italia party, which is represented by the person of Silvio Berlusconi in particular, who has always put in the first place the values of freedom, the right of self-determinations of people, the importance of values and of the past. All of these values are really at the top of our priorities to combat any type of discriminations and racism across the world. Also, today, Silvio Berlusconi, remembering the victims of the Holocaust, has also stressed the importance of being close to the state of Israel, who's today is the real custodian of the Jewish community, and being close to the state, to the whole Jewish communities of the world. Also, custodying and guarding Israel is really the way to let live this legacy in the future, because many remember the past, which is fundamental, but it must be projected with an effort towards the future. And being friends of Israel, being an ally of Israel is fundamental for this goal. Thank you very much. Now I'll be introducing our next honorable guest, who is Member of Parliament, János Fonagyi, member of the National Assembly of Hungary, and as well a Holocaust survivor. It is our great honor of having you here, and please, the floor is yours.
My dear friends, we lost 600,000 of our compatriots during the Holocaust. Protecting their memory, remembrance, and paying respect is a moral duty. Beside mourning, we also have the obligation to steadfastly say never again. The Hungarian parliament and the Hungarian government has declared a zero-tolerance principle and policy and exercises this against all forms of anti-Semitism. In 2001, Holocaust education has become a part of the Hungarian national curriculum. The denial of the Holocaust is, according to the Hungarian laws, a sui generis crime. We have declared a war against the traditional forms of anti-Semitism, as well as those that manifest themselves in anti-Israeli sentiments, as well as the physical threat posed by Islamic migration. To this end, we are protecting the borders of Hungary and Europe against illegal migrants. In Hungary, Jewish life is experiencing its renaissance. The Hungarian government has agreed with all schools of the Jewish faith in order to finance the different public tasks that they carry out in schools, in social institutions, and hospitals. Hungary maintains excellent relations with the State of Israel, and we are ready to veto any and all initiatives that threaten Israel, be it in Brussels or the United Nations. We, in our hearts, continue to mourn, and we continue to do everything in order that there should never be again a need to say never again. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your message. I would like now to welcome MEP Alexander Vondra, member of the European Parliament. Sorry for the delay, and please, the floor is yours.
Shalom, thank you very much. You know, my grandfather was killed in Auschwitz. His name was Franciszek Vondra. He was not the Jewish, he was the political prisoner as a member of the anti-Nazi resistance movement. But since that occurred, the Jews in our family have always been considered as our best friends who deserve our friendship, support, and solidarity. And certainly the best day to remember that is today, when we are commemorating the 6 million innocent Jewish victims of the Nazi Reich during the World War II. Unfortunately, we are commemorating it at a time of growing anti-Semitism in Europe, which has taken on a new worrying form in recent decades. It is even more important to pass this message on to the future generations. I'm proud that my country, the Czech Republic, is one of Israel's greatest friends in Europe. Nevertheless, incidents occur, I think, more because of the stupidity and ignorance than hatred, like when the opponents of the COVID-19 vaccination recently pinned David Starts with the word unvaccinated. Elsewhere, the situation is worse. In some countries, Jews have to worry about their safety, and many of them are choosing to leave for Israel, a small state that was created as a refuge for all Jews in response to the horrors of the Holocaust. Today and tomorrow, we therefore must work together against antisemitism in all its current and the future forms. Shalom and thank you very much.
I'd like to bring to the floor my colleague David Fiorentini again. If someone on the team could please unmute him at the moment.
Great, thank you very much. Now I'll be introducing a member of European Parliament, Salvatore De Meo, and please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to you. In schools nowadays, the Shoah is studied, but probably many children don't understand what it represented on a historical level, because they perceive as a distant reality. The word Shoah, which means catastrophe, destruction, hardly manages to render what it meant in the 1940s to be a Jew, to be a different, in a society that had destroyed all human and humanitarian spirit. Every year, there are hundreds of episodes of blood, hatred, racism. Practically, not a day goes by without deaths, injuries, violence, and abuse somewhere in the world. There is still too much hatred in today's society, and there are still many episodes of violence in all its forms that often involve youngsters. In this case, we didn't learn the lesson of history. We have seen violence in so many different ways, and all of them equally harm humanity dignity. Last December, Europe itself condemning the dictatorial regime of Lukashenko awarded the Sakharov Prize to democratic opposition in Belarus for freedom of thought. Brave men and women, representatives of political and civil society, who have fought and are fighting against a regime that deprives them of the most precious freedom, the freedom of thought. I believe that the protagonist for a real change in society must be the young people of today. We must trust them, their vitality, their energies, their enthusiasm, and accompany them to build solid and strong foundations. We must help them in the protection of what history has given us and take a cue from past not to fall back into catastrophic errors. We should make them understand not only today, but always that everyone's freedom is unfortunately non-essential, but that it can and must be ensured in every form. Only in this way can we presume to say that we are preparing a better future for us and for them. No one can and must forget the persecutions of Jews, the greatest plague in our history, because only with the memory we can overcome the indifference and hatred that still lurk in the world. To remember is everyone's duty because we can and must build a better future from the mistakes of the past. I hope that today our children understand the lack they have and that from tomorrow they will continue forward in their own small way, attitudes that will always protect the freedom and the dignity of every human being. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for joining. And now we'll move on to our next speaker. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you our member of European Parliament, Pietro Fiocchi. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Fantastic. My message is very simple. We cannot forget. And especially we need to teach our children because they are so far away from a cultural and a time-based line from the horrible things that happened in the last century, the evil century, that they cannot really understand what happened. Anti-Semitism has been around since the start of the Jewish religion. We can forget about the Romans, the Egyptians, the Muslims in the first millennia, but if we go to the second millennia, we cannot forget about the Grenada Decree for the expulsion of the older Jews from Spain, the Dreyfus process or trial in France, the persecution started by the Tsar Nicola and continued by Stalin with the pogroms, which continued in a very efficient way until 1953, and so on, plus a lot of minor episodes in Morocco, Hungary, Poland, Moldavia, and so on. And the horrible things is that when I say minor episodes, I'm talking about only a few thousand deaths. And this tells you everything, because few thousand deaths is a minor episode. And this is horrible, because one death is a horrible thing. But nevertheless, in the evil century, of course, Nazi Germany was the most evil and beyond the human comprehension in its efficient way, in its efficient approach, but was not the only one. So my message is, we cannot leave our guard down. Nowadays, Christians are killed in Muslim countries, Jewish and Muslim are killed and persecuted in other countries, and entire national groups like Kurds, Armenians, and recently many other ethnic groups are persecuted and killed only on the basis of religious or ethnic choices. And this is horrible. Again, let's not get our guard down, because this is fundamental. And I will conclude in the words of George Santayana, who doesn't know history is destined to repeat it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us in this online event. Thank you. And now we could move on to our next speaker, who will join us through a video message, that she was so kind to send us, and it will be Member of European Parliament, Pina Picerno. Don't think we can hear it.
E per me è un onore partecipare a questo momento di riflessione, seppure a distanza, organizzato dall'European Jewish Association, che vorrei nuovamente ringraziare, perché mai come quest'anno, con i sopravvissuti ai campi di sterminio che tristemente ci stanno lasciando e con la pandemia che ci impedisce di riunirci in momenti di commemorazione collettiva, sentiamo forse ciascuno di noi ancora di più il peso della responsabilità nel ricordare le atrocità nazifasciste nei confronti del popolo ebraico durante la Shoah. E allora di fronte alla schizofrenia negazionista, di fronte a chi ancora oggi, anche in Europa, continua a coltivare sentimenti antisemiti, io credo che sia un dovere morale ricordare la morte di 6 milioni di ebrei, affinché tutto questo sia di monito per le generazioni future. E allora la giornata della memoria è celebrata per questo motivo, non solo per ricordare le vittime innocenti, ma per permettere che questa barbarie non si ripeta mai più. Il lavoro, lo sforzo coraggioso, lo sforzo inimmaginabili che i testimoni diretti hanno fatto per mantenere vivo il ricordo, soprattutto con i giovani nelle scuole, di ciò che l'Olocausto è stato, di ciò che non deve mai più essere, questo sforzo non deve rimanere vano. Sono le nuove generazioni a dover mantenere viva la memoria, per far sì che la storia non sia dimenticata o peggio ancora cancellata da menzogne di persone assolutamente povere d'animo. E allora voglio qui concludere questo mio breve saluto ringraziando davvero tutti coloro che stanno portando avanti questo compito gravoso, difficile, ma così necessario, affinché tutti, davvero tutti, capiscano quella che è stata la tragedia dell'Olocausto e soprattutto perché tutto questo non si ripeta assolutamente mai più.
Thank you for having here. I think I'll pass now the word to our colleague Alex, yes, who wants to introduce our next guest.
Yes, thank you, David. It is now my pleasure to introduce MEP Dirk Jan Epping from the Netherlands. He's the Vice Chair of the Econ Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs. Please, MEP Jan Epping, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Alex. The Day of Remembrance of the Holocaust is and will remain a wake-up call for every generation in humanity. Anti-Semitism is, if you allow me to use the parallel of Rabbi Jacobs, a virus that mutates regularly in new variants, and also in Europe, as Mr. McGee has stated. One can say it has always been used as a political tool by certain leaders. These days, the most outspoken anti-Semitic is the leadership of Iran. It calls for the annihilation of Israel and is seeking nuclear weaponry for that aim. Therefore, I have taken always a strong anti-Iran position in the European Parliament. And I'm very supportive of Israel, which many countries in Europe are not anymore to a certain extent. One can criticize a government's policy, but not the right of Israel to exist. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome the Abraham agreements laying a diplomatic and political network of relations between Israel and the Gulf states. Good relations will do away, I hope, with the politics of anti-Semitism. And I hope that it will also change the educational material in those countries, which are often hostile to Jews and to Israel. I have to admit, however, that the EU is often too lenient to Iran and too harsh on Israel. Following the Abraham Accords in the European Parliament, I have reached out to the ambassadors of the Gulf states with whom I have been speaking on telephone, like, for example, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, and Oman. I'm not in a position to really start lecturing them on everything, but I'm looking for common ground. And I want to encourage them, to continue a better cooperation and collaboration with Israel in many fields, also in the field of culture and in sports, etc. And you can say this is only a small step I make in Brussels, but many small steps make a big leap. And that is what I'm trying to achieve, and also trying to invite other members of the European Parliament to have a positive approach to the Abraham agreements in the Middle East, because it can be one of the tools to fight anti-Semitism, both in the Middle East and also in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce to you our next guest, the Senator of the Italian Republic, Lucio Malan. Please, the floor now is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the European Jewish Association for organizing this meeting. Today we have not only to remember those who died in the past, those who were killed in the terrible extermination, in the terrible Shoah made up by the Nazi regime and helped by other regimes in other countries. But we have to say and to mean one thing: never again. And never again, it means that we must think not only about the Jews, think of the Jews who were killed in the past, but those who are under threat today, those who are threatened in the countries where they live and even in Israel. Had Israel existed at the time of 8 years ago when the Shoah was put in place, many of those who were killed could have been saved, could have had a safe haven where to stand and to be safe. But even today in Israel, the Jews are under threat. I just heard mentioning Iran. Iran almost every week threatens Israel of destruction. Not only threatens, but somehow announces the destruction of Israel. So let's be in solidarity with today's Jews, those who are in danger, those who are under threat. The state of Israel is strong, is able to protect itself, but it is it has many enemies. So let's not forget what happened in the past, and especially let's do all we can to prevent it today, to prevent any kind of attack to Israel. And let's be careful within the European Union and even out of the European Union. Let's be very careful at avoiding the financing, the public financing to organizations, to so-called NGOs that are very often close to terrorism. I have brought this issue in the Italian Parliament. We have to be very careful, both at the level of the member states and at the level of the European Union. No money to terrorists, no money to those who promote hate against the Jews and against Israel. Remember yesterday, but act today.
Thank you very much for your speech, Honorable Senator Malan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we are ready to introduce our next guest, our next speaker, who is a member of the European Parliament, who thank you for being here, and is Brando Benifei.
Hi, thank you very much for this invitation. I'm really happy to be here also in my capacity of being a member of the board of the anti-Semitism working group of the European Parliament. Unfortunately, anti-Semitism is still a reality today in Europe, and it's part of a growing sentiment of hatred, of intolerance that we have been seeing in many parts of our continent. It's very important, like we try to do at the European Parliament level, that we bring together people from different political backgrounds with different ideas on various topics, also on issues regarding the future of the Union or foreign policy, but that are convinced that we need to fight with all our means and without any limit, any worry, all the manifestations of anti-Semitism, even the most subtle ones, and also the roots, the causes, with education, with understanding, with also clear political stances. I have to say that we have been in the European Parliament very much honored to be able to hear a couple years ago now the testimony, the words from Liliana Segre, Senator for Life in Italy, survivor of the Holocaust. And I was very much struck by many of her words. Her very strong, non-rhetorical, very clear recount of her experience, of the dishumanity that was in all the stories she has lived in. And I was struck also by her recount of when she tried to reach Switzerland with her father, and she was sent away. She couldn't get asylum. And also, this topic was earlier mentioned about the fact that people could have survived having a place where they could get asylum at the time. And in fact, this is still a topic today. When we when we ignore human rights all over the world, the senator speaking before me has mentioned the situation we have in many countries in the world for Jews and also others, of discrimination, of persecution, although we all recognize, I think, at least here, the unicity and the historical unicity of the Holocaust. Today, we still have to do a lot to overcome this dishumanity, this incapability of recognizing the dignity of all human beings. That was one of the basic roots and causes, horrible sentiments behind what has happened in terms of the Holocaust. So I think it's we can learn a lot also for today by the stories of, unfortunately, only few today survivors, I think, of my country in Italy, survivors of the Holocaust, but let's hear from them. Let's learn from them. Let's learn how to build a more cohesive, a more human rights supportive world where we can fight all together this still, unfortunately, existing and strong venom of anti-Semitism that is present in culture, in society, and unfortunately also in politics, with very, as I said, explicitly or subtly. So thank you very much for inviting me and for having this moment of discussion, of reflection, and of remembrance, so that we can not forget what happened. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce to you our next guest, who again sent us a video message, who is member of European Parliament, Fabio Massimo Castaldo. And yeah, now we'll play his video.
Guests and speakers, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is a huge honor for me to address this audience this morning, and I would like to express once more my gratitude and appreciation for their important work to the European Jewish Association, and also for this invitation to deliver these few remarks. Today, the 27th of January, we observe the Remembrance Day to commemorate the victims of the Holocaust. In this day, we remember the atrocities perpetrated by the Nazi regime, an event that has affected the destiny of the Jewish community, but that goes well beyond that. Indeed, it has marked one of the darkest pages in the human history, showing what intolerance and education to violence can entail. The very existence of the Remembrance Day represents an opportunity to keep on remembering what has happened and what must not happen again through historical knowledge and investigation. Although the atrocities of this World War II and the Nazi regime ended almost 80 years ago, the hate and the prejudice that brought to the assassination of more than 6 million people and the persecution of many more are very difficult to eradicate. The resurgence of anti-Semitism is a great concern, especially as we move further and further away from the lessons of the Holocaust. Similarly, the persistence of historical negationism has not disappeared and has been embraced even by certain authoritarian governments worldwide. Furthermore, religious discrimination is still present in today's world, and this has gradually and ignobly evolved into secular, political, and social forms of anti-Semitism. Especially on the Remembrance Day, we should make an extra effort to understand the meaning of events that have marked not only the last century, but the human history as a whole.
Thank you for these words. And now I'll pass again the floor to Alex, who will introduce our next guest.
I think that you passed the mic to Michel. I'm the EJA Director of European and Jewish Affairs. And I would like to give the floor to 3 or 4 additional Jewish leaders. So we will start with Leah Flor, the president of the Jewish community of Mönchengladbach in Germany. Leah, are you connected? Leah? So if until Leah will be identified, can you please now give the floor to the message of Philip Markiewicz, the president of the Consistoire of Belgium and also the president of the Jewish community of Brussels. My dear colleagues, thank you. Oh, no, it's Raymond Forado. Okay, please.
Thanks for this opportunity. The world we are living in now is not the world we knew in many ways. Regretfully, with the increase of fake news targeting us, the threats coming from the extreme right and extreme left are growing every day. And we see that we have learned little from the story. We see more and more attacks to our communities, but thanks God, we are alert, united, providing education and remembering. Today, we cannot forget. From the Jewish community of Barcelona, we are grateful for the opportunity given to us to claim that inaction is not an option today.
Thank you, Raymond Forado. And now we have Dr. Leah Flor from Germany. Please, Leah.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Fine. Kvod Rabbanim, dear ladies and gentlemen, Shalom. The remembering is very important, but very important are Holocaust survivors and child survivors. I have 138 child survivors in my community. And our task and to take care of these people, to give them possibility to live in their silver age in quiet and sure community. Their loneliness is their main enemy. Let's fight together that these people will feel them not lonely in our society. Let's take care that they will live in quiet and sure society. And their forgiveness is very, very important. Let's bring the knowledge and the remembering for our next generation, for our children and grandchildren. My grandfather was murdered in Auschwitz, and I want that next generation in my family will remember this. Thank you for organization of this important part in our Zoom. And I wish all of you be healthy and be strong enough for the past and for the future. Shalom.
Thank you, Leah. And now I would like to have the privilege to introduce Simonas Kurevičius, the president of the Jewish community of Vilnius, for his message from Ponar, a killing site of the Jews of Lithuania.
My name is Simon Kurevičius. I'm the chairman of the Vilnius Jewish community. And as you can see, I'm speaking today not from the center of Vilna, not from the heart of Jerusalem of Lithuania, but from the saddest place for all of us, for the Jews of Vilna, Jews of Lithuania, and for a horrible place for all the Jews, for all the human beings. This place is Ponar. I suppose many of you have been here. Those who haven't been here, I'm sure you heard about this place. This is a place where I ask you to join me for this minute or two to be together, because this is a place where 100,000 people were killed. More than 70,000 Jews were perished. Kids, children, parents, grandparents, and only because of one reason, only because they were Jewish. We cannot change the history, but we can witness, we can remember, and that's what all of us must do. So even though I'm here physically alone, but I ask you, join me, and let's all of us be together, not only among ourselves, but together with the victims. Let's make sure we remember, our children will remember, and these victims will be never forgotten. And as I am speaking from Vilna, I would like to say a couple of words in my mother tongue, in Mama Loshen, Afidish, Teire Iden. Wir wollen kein Mal nicht vergessen. Wir wollen allemal gedenken. Und wir wollen allemal sein da. Unser Volk ist ewig. Und Am Israel high.
Thank you, Simonas Kurevičius, the president of the Jewish community of Vilnius, for those very important and moving words from Ponar, the killing sites of the Jews of Lithuania in Vilnius during the Shoah. I would like now to give the floor to Tomasz Stern, the president of the Jewish community in Bratislava, and just after him for some remarks, our dear friend Konstantinos.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Holocaust Remembrance Day, I am sending greetings from Bratislava, the capital of the Slovak Republic. The city once, before the Second World War, hosted a community of 15,000 people, around 10% of the total population of the city. Today, the Jewish community of Bratislava counts only about 500 members. Despite of this, the community is a very vivid and flourishing one. The very example of this statement is that what's going on in the very minutes while I'm talking to you, because at the courtyard of the Jewish community, the remaining 50 survivors of the Holocaust, out of the total number of 128 who are still living in Bratislava and surrounding, are being vaccinated. This whole endeavor, symbolically made possible on this very day, was made possible due to the cooperation of the Jewish community with the Ministry of Health and the organization EJA. I would like to thank, therefore, the government of the Slovak Republic, to the Minister of Healthcare, who himself is doing the vaccination of the survivors in this very moment, and to all the people who made this today possible. The Holocaust will forever remain a part of our memory. But allow me, please, as a member of the so-called second generation, to emphasize the need to focus primarily on maintaining of our Jewish identity, traditions, and culture. This is the only and the best way how to honor and commemorate the victims of Holocaust. We will never forget.
Thank you, Tomasz, the president of the Jewish community of Bratislava. And now it's my privilege to introduce the dear friend of our cause, member of the Greek Parliament, Konstantinos Karagounis. Konstantinos, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Michel. I hope you can hear me. Greetings from Greece, distinguished guests, dear friends. Thank you so much for organizing this very moving and very interesting commemoration. We had the opportunity to hear very important and fruitful thoughts regarding the Holocaust Remembrance Day. Today, we're all Jews. Today, we all suffer, the whole humanity suffers. And yet, it seems, as correctly Rabbi Margolin pointed out, we still not remember, unfortunately. The new reality we're facing, the COVID pandemic, has given rise to new conspiracy theories and anti-Semitic speech. This unique situation we are facing has created further turbulence among people and inequalities that we very well know give the opportunity for hate to find a way to rise once again. As members of the parliament, we cannot let anti-Semitism, racism, hate rise on our watch, not on our watch. January 27th is a reminder of dark pages of history, but a reminder as well of our commitment for a better future for the generations to come. Thank you, Michel. Thank you all.
Thank you, member of the Greek Parliament, Konstantinos Karagounis, who is also a member of the European Jewish Association Advisory Board. Thank you for your commitment to this sacred cause. I think that we now can conclude by the special prayer to the victims of the Holocaust. Rabbi Steinberg.
Kel malei rachamim shochen b'meramim ametzel menucha nechona Kanefei HaShechina B'mahalot Kedoshim Utehorim Kezohar Arakim Meirim Umazirim Lenishemot Sheishet Milyonei Achenu B'nei Yisrael Anashim and Nashim Yeladim Ve'yeladot Sheneheregu Shenishchatu Shenisrefu Shenechneku ושניק ברוחיים בידי הנאצים ועוזריהם יימח שמם. ומסרו את נפשם על קדושת השם. שאנו מתפללים לעילוי נשמותיהם. לכן בעל רחמים יסתירם בסתר כנפיו לעולמים. ויצרור בצרור החיים את נשמותיהם בגן עדן תהיה מנוחתם ודושם נחלתם. וינוחו בשלום על משכבם. ונאמר אמן.
Wow. We'll take a moment to gather our thoughts after that extremely powerful prayer, which penetrates and permeates every ounce of our soul. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for watching. Thank you to our international audience. Thank you to the young people like David and others who have joined us. Thank you too. Special mention to a particular 83-year-old gentleman who, after trying to negotiate the internet, managed to join us. We're extremely grateful to have you with us. Today was a long day, but it's an important day. And in wrapping up, I would just like to say and echo what our chairman said some four and a half hours ago now when we started. He said, the evil of the Shoah is still out there. It's still out there, just waiting to find the right voice, waiting to fall into the right hands. So ladies and gentlemen, as we finish here today, I would like to say we must be more than just guardians of memory. We must be active, vigorous, strong, resolute guardians against the oldest hatred. And that has to be always, because we always have to be vigilant. Just before I finish up today, I would like to thank everyone in our team who made this event possible. Particular mention to Ruth Isaac, upstairs from here in the control room, Daphne Friedman, who also had the extra task today of managing the Not On Our Watch campaign. Thank you, Daphne. Mikhail Zvorobeichik-Muller, who's a dear friend of ours as well, who's managed to coordinate all of these videos. Oliver Bradley and Toby Borins in Berlin, Katja Bayer and David Kalfa in Brussels and Paris, respectively. Of course, our dear Michel Gourari in Israel right now, but who we very much look forward to seeing in Europe soon to continue his fantastic outreach work with our Jewish communities. Alex Vissochi in Maastricht, David Fiorentini in Italy, and of course, Tal Rabina, Nir Natan, Shaked Harel in Israel, who have made it possible for us to have this streamed live on Facebook and on the Jerusalem Post, Arutz Sheva, and others. And of course, as well, I'd like to thank Shlomi Dahan for our office here. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our Memorial Day. My colleague Ruth is raising a hand for me. I believe you want to say a few words as well, Ruth? Oh, we have one more speaker. Sorry, the final speaker is? Okay, we have one more speaker, a member of the Slovakian Parliament, Eugene Juzivska. So, sorry, of course, feel free to unmute yourself, and then we shall close this session. Thank you.
Dear all, good afternoon from Slovakia. I'm honored to participate in this commemorative event today. As many before me mentioned, it is important to honor the memory of the millions of Holocaust victims. Because of the atrocities that happened during the last century, we gather every year in January to pay tribute to the memory of the Holocaust victims. In my country, in Slovakia alone, there were 70,000 Jewish victims. We have to remember them and their stories and share them further. This way, we will also teach future generations about the unnumberable tragedies and emphasize the importance of fighting against antisemitism whenever and wherever it festers in our society, because any form of discrimination is unacceptable, and this is true for any minority whose only guilt is being less numerous. This year, another important step will be taken. The European Commission will introduce its anti-Semitism strategy, and I believe it is important we all do our part in this fight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And more than that, thank you for waiting 4 hours to speak. Thank you for your patience. And I can assure you, looking at the picture behind you, nothing to do with the fact that you're a Barcelona football fan. Of course, I'm kidding. Sir, thank you for your wise and sage words. And you really have got the last word as our final speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to call this commemoration to a close. Once again, we thank you. We thank you for your patience and perseverance. We thank you for your forbearance in allowing for the odd technical hiccup, which is only natural after 4 hours. And we very much look forward to next year, where we hope and pray that more services for Yom HaShoah, for International Holocaust Memorial Day, can take place in a more usual format. But we thank you very much indeed. We thank you for your time, and we wish you a good